winds and waves. What I'm feeling today, nothing can stop us now, and the way of the world will never be the same. And I know there's a lot going on, but we've got to believe in the facts and believe in love. And they will say that we today have found the way
Subscribe.
roll with it. Roll with it. You got to roll with it. Roll with it. Roll with it. Somewhere out there, there is something incredible.
lost in my universe across the face. Every single life is precious, no matter who you are. And when you're shining, oh, you shine, you do it brighter than the star. Everyone, we got a song that needs to be sung. And when we come together, the world will sing as one. And right now's our time. Now more than ever, baby, yeah.
Now more than ever, we're gonna need each other. Hello, everyone. Hello, 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 hello. It is, what is it? Monday, the 15th of February. It's about 5 p.m. my time, and I'm coming to you live from Sweden. How are you doing, everyone? How's it going? Oh, I need to tweak something. That is not nice. I don't like that. Hold on. Hello, Nolly. Welcome to the stream. Thank you, Nolly, by the way, for the tier 2 Patreon sub. Thank you so much for that. I really, really appreciate it. And thank you, Mido, for the 10 months of being a tier 1 sub. For both of you. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Also, Marvel, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Theode, welcome. I know you have a very, very, very rough day today. I'm very sorry. It's a very difficult day, and I hope this can make it a little bit better for you. I hope. Hello, Ketu. Welcome to the stream. How's it going? We need each other. Oof. Fucking love twerp. Yes. That's what I want to configure. Let's pop that down to where it was before. Let's make it like that. Yeah, that's good. I pumped down the saturation a little bit because I pumped it up a little bit more, but then like this part gets lost because it's too black. Whatevs, it's fine. We will manage. Boom. Attic storage arcade. Wait, was the snowboard also from the attic? Get up. Was that because I was like, oh, he posted like a snowboard? I was like, I wonder what that was about. But was it from there as well? Every time I see the word patrons, all I can hear in my head is Narcos, Patron, Jefe de Jefes. Yes. Narcos is a great show. Great show. Yes. Oh my god. Did someone just like leave their whole like everything they own in there? That's pretty nuts. Welcome. I'm gonna make Satan from scratch and gorge. Ooh, how do you make Satan from scratch? I don't even know. That's really cool, Nelly. That sounds good. There was also one Lundia shelf, one bed frame. They literally just left everything there. Like, that has to be the only explanation. They just left all of their belongings. Like, they just left all of their belongings in there. Like, there's no other explanation. Related to Narcos, there's a related documentary, Operation Odessa, on Netflix. Ooh, that sounds interessant. I shall keep that in mind, because it sounds very interesting. Today is going to be a really good stream, everyone. David is joining us in 40 minutes. It's going to be cool. How was everyone's weekend, How was everyone's weekend? What did you do? I, on Saturday, had a nice long walk, because my PlayStation 5 order came through, but I didn't need it anymore. So I went and bought it, but I'm selling it to my colleague. So I went to pick it up from the store, and then I went to the office, because I had to pick up something from the office anyway. So I kind of combined those two, took it there, left it for my colleague, and then walked back with the stuff that I needed. And then I just kind of chilled On Sunday, I shot the new Kuntavaali video, the Kokoomus one, and it was rough. All right, the Kokoomus Kuntavaali-ohjelma, which is like municipal election platform or whatever. So bad. It was so bad. Like, at least the Perussuomalaiset one was like, they had concise points, even though the points were shit. But they were like, okay, these are the 10 points, and they were like concisely put together. The Kokoomus one was just like marketing shit. Like marketing shit. And it was really hard to like pick out the actual things that they're, you know, pushing for. It was mostly just like, if we just believe in things, then the things will happen. And I was like, what? It's incredibly bad. But I filmed that, so I will release it probably end of this week. Because I need to edit that still. Hey, Ice Rat, welcome to the stream. Say that it is a bomb. You went ice skating yesterday with your kids. Nice, Marvel. That sounds really cool. You made Seidan Kinku for the Expo. I remember, yeah, I remember. How was it? How did it turn out? Marvel, it's about Florida, though, but the guys have business with the Kali Cartel. Yeah, I need to check that out, because that sounds interesting. Gluten flour and chickpea flour, etc. for Satan. Oh, okay, now I know. It's actually pretty easy. It's gluten flour, chickpea flour, water, and spices. I like to add peanut butter too. Then you cut it to pieces, boil it, and then prepare it, marinate, and fry. Oh, alright. That doesn't sound too complex. You watched my Perso video update? Yeah, thanks. Thanks for watching. I hope you liked it. Like, the Perso video was just like, okay, they're just racist. Like, it was really easy to be like, oh, they're just racist. Like, it was just like, immigrants, brr, immigrants bad, and if we don't take in immigrants, then we'll have so much money. And it's like, nope, it's 0.0% of the Finnish national budget. Like, I don't know how that's gonna save you so much money all of a sudden. Like, no, it's gonna save so much money. It's like, all right. You know, I've been suffering with this flu. Oh, Mom came to pick up Ru and I feel so lonely without him, but at least I have BB. Oh. Hugs. I'm gonna lurk as we are watching Revolutionary Girl Utena on Discord, but I'll join you later. Cool! Enjoy Utena. Kitu. 0.0? Huh? What 0.0? What is 0.0? Yes. Racist and very homophobic and transphobic. Oh yeah, for sure. But I mean, the homophobia and transphobia wasn't like in their, like, the Kuntavaali-ohjelma. That's just kind of implied. Like, they don't really... Or no, I should say it was there. Like, to some degree. No, it was there. Sorry. I misremembered. No, it was there. Oh, I'm sorry. I meant 0.04%. No, 0.4%. Sorry. I meant to say 0.4%. Sorry. My brain did a thing. I'm racist. Well, that's not good. Let's see. When was this created? A 1-year-old account. Keep you on a short leash, Mr. Otren. Don't be racist. Right. Ban me. Okay. Okay. If you wanted to get banned, then fuck it. Okay, fuck it. I don't care. Devoid, welcome to the stream. Yeah, easy. Easy ban. That was an easy ban. It's like, alright. I don't know what he wanted to happen. But yes, I meant 0.4% of the national budget is spent on immigration. And refugees in Finland, so I don't see how they would conjure up so much money from not taking in immigrants and by sending them away. I don't know how that would make anyone any better. But yeah, as I was saying, yes, there was some homophobia, transphobia, not like directly, but more as like gender ideology, talking about like this ridiculous gender ideology. Like, in that sense, there was. In that sense. But not in the same way as they're, like, super racist. Because they're, like, they were just, like, super racist. But then the Kokoomus one was just, like... It was so hard to read, because it was just... It really feels like Kokoomus is mimicking the Republican Party. because it's just a lot of platitudes, a lot of marketing guff, and a lot, like, if we just believe in things, then they'll just magically happen. Which, you know, was Kai Mykkänen said in that interview, where he was like, we can't just look at, you know, we can't just look at the economy through, like, an economical lens. We just have to believe. We have to believe that if we make things better, or if we lower taxes and increase employment, then things will get better. If we just believe, then it'll be better. And that's exactly what their whole Vaaliohjelma felt like. It was just them being like, we just gotta believe. We're just gonna make it so that you can get like treatment at a doctor, and we're going to drop the minimum requirement time. Okay, you're going to drop the time from 3 to 1 month. Okay, cool. How are the municipal healthcare services supposed to make that happen if you're not going to give them any more money? Like, the reason that waiting times are long on the public side is not because they want to do that. It's not because they're like, fuck it, we might as well have them wait. That's not the reason. The reason it's long is because they don't have enough resources to do it faster. It was ridiculous. Anyway, I'll put out the video later this week, and then you can mauled with me. Definitely seems like a lot of parties have been using the Republican Party's success as a template for manipulation and power grabbing in recent years. Yeah, I mean, it's the trend of, like, right-wing populism. It's the trend of right-wing populism all over the West. Like, you can look at any other European country, and it's similar stuff. And I mean, the US has been doing it for longer already. At the same time, past 30 years, the top 1% had 3.6% more income, and the others 0.8 to 2, from lowest to the highest in a very linear fashion. Yeah. And like last year, the billionaires made like, what was it, like 3.9 trillion, and working people lost like 3.7 trillion. And it's just like, funny how those numbers are almost exactly the same. I may have had enough of the Kokomus program in Jesper's stream yesterday. Yeah, Jesper was going through it because I linked it. It's so dumb. So bad. Yeah, and there was 2 massive recessions in the 30 years. Yes, we're currently going through the 3rd recession in my lifetime. There was the one in the 90s, then there was the 2008 recession, and now we have a new recession. Let's go, best economic system. Best economic system. Has to crash every 10 years. Best system. Fuck yeah, let's go. Best system. Money goes to money. Yeah, that is the problem. That is the problem. Or when I subscribe for a month, money goes to you. Well, part of it goes to me. Part of it goes to Jeff Bezos, so. But if you want to give me more money and less money to Jeff Bezos, you can give the same amount of money if you just go to my Patreon. Patreon.com/funwithfondue. If you go there, you can give me the same amount of money. I get more of that money, and Bezos doesn't get anything. Bezos is out soon, though. Yeah, Q3 this year, he's out, and then it's the other dude. But I mean, it's another white millionaire that will probably become a billionaire, so I don't think the company's going to change fundamentally. Don't stop. Halcyon's not over. Know what time it is, everyone? It's time to get hype. I am hype. Any thoughts on Clubhouse? I will give you my thoughts in a second, because now it's time to get hype. It's melone, indeed. It is time for melone. Everyone, today is a very, very special day, folks. We have David Steadsson coming on in half an hour to talk about the controversial Swedish Corona strategy and why it has been very much a failure compared to the other Nordic countries. Ooh, it's gonna be a spicy one, everyone. Get prepared. And then we're gonna be playing as the medium later. I fixed it, aka I dropped the frame rate from 60 to 30. Now it should run fine. Fingers crossed. If it doesn't work, we're going back to Demon Souls.
Hello, you cutie.
Welcome, Zma. I'm not reading that one. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for following.
Hello, you cutie. Hello.
Thank you for the follow, Cruz de Santa. And welcome to the cuties. And that's what's up today, folks. That's what's going on today, everyone. That's today. Clubhouse. Yes, you asked Marvel about Clubhouse. From my understanding, it's like a closed-off social media platform in the game industry, right? I'm not quite familiar with what it actually is, so I don't actually know why I said I'll give you my thoughts, because I actually don't know what the heck it is. You remember? Ooh, special. All right, I have a clip of Elon Musk, and I wanna watch it with you, and I wanna mold.
The universe appears to be 13.8 billion years old.
Yeah, it appears.
Earth is like 4.5 billion years old.
Yeah.
In another 500 million years or so, the sun will expand and probably evaporate the oceans and make life impossible on Earth. Which means that if it had taken consciousness 10% longer to evolve, it would never have evolved at all. Just 10% longer. And I wonder...
But I mean, it's kind of funny to say just 10% when 10% can actually be a very large number. I think saying just 10% makes it sound a smaller amount of time than it actually is for consciousness to evolve. I mean... I think it makes it sound like, oh, if it was just a few thousand years or 10,000 years, whereas like it's probably a little bit more than that. It's pretty much everything, not just games. Oh, okay. Yeah.
I wonder how many dead one-planet civilizations there are out there in the cosmos. That never made it to the other planet.
Is that 0.5 billion years a new fact? It used to be 3 to 4 billion years. I have no idea. No idea. I am not an astronomer. Num. That's the good one. That's how you remember which one's the bad one and which is the good one, so to speak. Astronomy, num. It tastes really good. Astrology, lol. This is ridiculous. It's a good mnemonic device. Just 1% of people contract COVID and die of it. Yeah, only 1%. That's the fallacy of large numbers, I think that's called, if I recall. I guess 500 million is a small amount to Elon. Yeah, it's just 500 million. when you're a billionaire, 500 million ain't shit.
And ultimately extinguish themselves or were destroyed by external factors. Probably a few. Channeling Carl Sagan. Look again at that dot. That's here. That's home. That's us. On it, everyone you love, everyone you know, everyone you've ever heard of, every human being who ever was, lived out their lives. The aggregate of our joy and suffering, thousands of competent religions, ideologies, and economic doctrines, every hunter and forager, every hero and coward, every creator and destroyer of civilization, every king and peasant, every young couple in love, every mother and father, hopeful child, inventor and explorer, every teacher of morals, every corrupt politician, every superstar, every supreme leader.
Why did he put the superstar in quotes? Or did he mean like quotes superstars and not like an actual star, but like, you know, a person? Maybe he meant that because it's talking about this cosmos. Hey, OG Bounty, how's it going? Is this from the 3-hour interview from a few days back? I don't know, I just saw it on Twitter.
Every saint and sinner in the history of our species lived there, on a mote of dust suspended in a sunbeam. Our planet is a lonely speck in the great enveloping cosmic dark. In our obscurity, in all this vastness, there is no hint that help will come from elsewhere to save us from ourselves. The Earth is the only world known so far to harbor life. There is nowhere else, at least in the near future, to which our species could migrate. This is not true. This is false. Mars.
What a dick move. Like, Yeah, obviously, dude, when Carl Sagan wrote that, that was not known. Why is he being such a... Well, actually, Carl, a little place called Mars. Why is he being so smug about it?
And I think Carl Sagan would agree with that. He couldn't even imagine it at that time. So thank you for making the world dream. And thank you for talking today. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Wow, that really missed the mark, huh?
Well, actually, well, to be honest, Mars, Mr. Sagan.
And the quote from Carl Sagan, the point wasn't that we need to find another home. That wasn't Carl Sagan's point. The point was that this is the only planet that we have. At the time, that was the knowledge. When he said those words, this is the only planet that we have, so we should take care of it and each other. That's the point of the whole thing. Not like we need to find another home so we can fuck that up as well. And then Elon being like, well, Mars, actually. Like, why did he... Why? That's so smug. So smug. I hate it. Why is he like that? Lol, Mars, exactly. But dude, imagine, imagine. If you don't have enough money to go on Elon Musk's spaceship to Mars, don't worry. Elon's got you covered. You can take a loan from his company, and then you can work on Mars for his company to pay off your loan. Don't worry, bro. It's all figured out. Indentured servitude. Now in the 21st century. 21st century, yeah. Elon's interpretation is we gotta find a backup plan so we can fuck this planet up without killing our whole workforce. Yes, exactly. Which was not the point. The point was the opposite. The point was we have to take care of this place. It's not the best choice. It's the spacer's choice. Ding. Bamba.
She's wise and she's kind. She's tough, but she knows how to unwind.
Oh, Elon Musk. I still need to do a segment on him, but I need to research on it. Woo! There you go, Sonic. Thank you, Rocky J, for the spin. How's it going, Lucky J? You doing good? Drink some water, kids. Drink some water. Oh yeah, I forgot to close that. Oh well, whatever. Is fine. Doing pretty okay. Today was a campus day on school. Campus? Wash the hands, wash the hands. And then today, what happened today? Just had work today. That's it. Yeah. Just work, and then I took a little walk before the stream. That was nice. That was nice. Just a little walk around the block. Nice. Kind of don't want to go because I need to travel via bus with one switch as well. Ouch. 4 buses just to go to school? That sucks. The world exists outside our homes? Yes. So far. I just went to LA this past weekend, and literally anytime I had to leave the Airbnb, my brain was like, every single person has COVID, trust no one. Yeah, how many cases are there now in LA COVID cases? No, I want LA. LA County reports 1,936 new COVID cases, 82 deaths. That's a lot of cases. Oh, 2 there, 2 back. Oh, I thought it was 4 one way. Okay, then that's fine. I mean, it's not fine, but it's like, it's understandable. 3.6 fuck tons. Yup. A lot of motherfuckers. Oh boy. But yeah, stay safe, devoid, move around as little as you can, as possible, you know, mask up, wash the hands, all that good shit. I'm sure you know. Here we go. I'm gonna get my questions ready for the talk with David. Where is it? There you are. It's extremely painful. It was funny. Over the weekend, some perussuomalaiset, so the Finns party people on Twitter were like, "Grr, the government has done a terrible job with COVID," the Finnish government. And literally, fucking literally, I am not exaggerating when I say literally, Finland's percentage of people who have gotten an infection is 0.9% of the total population, which is the lowest in Europe. Death rate in comparison to population, Finland is 0.01%. Below Finland, only Norway and Iceland. I do not understand how these fucking politicians can claim that the government should have done a better job. I mean, there's probably some areas that could have been improved. Did we need, you know, this and that? Maybe, but objectively, the government has done a good job. Like, objectively. Have you heard the latest stuff about the biggest manchel Ano Turtiainen? I saw some headlines that he was screaming in like the government gathering or something to that extent. God, why does that party have to be so fucking popular? Like, honestly, you know what they were able to like use to their advantage? They were like super successful in the whole like we're not the establishment kind of bullshit, which also Donald Trump ran on and many populists run on. They were whole like we're not backed by any big, you know, funders. We're not the establishment. It's the Finns party in Finland. They're a right-wing conservative nationalist party. Very racist, among other things. He was like raising his fist and saying something like, "I wish I just fucking could," because he got comments repeatedly about not using a face mask. What do you mean? What does he mean? He wish he just... Wait, doesn't he have a company that sells face masks? Doesn't Ano Turtiainen have a company that sells face masks? He literally could. Unless there's some very, very... He's basically threatening... Oh, did he mean like he wish he could just like punch his opposition? Was that he was like, I wish I could just fucking fuck you up and there would be no consequences because grrr. Was also a big surprise that perussuomalaiset is very popular among people that make more than 6K. Yep. It seems that like people who used to support kokoomus have shifted towards perussuomalaiset, which also explains why kokoomus has shifted their rhetoric to be very similar to perussuomalaiset, because they want to get that audience back. Yeah, he does have a company that sells masks. Yep. Well, I mean, I'm sure Finland right wing is nothing like American right. No, of course it's not. It's not as bad, but still, like, it's not as bad as the American right wing. But of course, you know, Finnish history and American history are very, very different. But still, it is a very dangerous party who would be very okay with something like eugenics. Very, very okay. No, of course they wouldn't start there, but you know, it is a party that could end up doing like eugenics and stuff like that easily. And that's like a thing for him since he has assaulted a 14-year-old kid. That's how you know the true test of someone's character is, you know, have they assaulted a 14-year-old as an adult? If the answer is yes, probably not a great person. Probably not. I have a few friends that vote for Perros as a joke, and these guys make more than 6K. Yeah, but I mean, at that point, like, you know, I voted for the Nazis as a joke. At that point, it doesn't matter if it's a joke. The outcome is so negative that your joke is no longer a joke. It doesn't matter what your intent was at that point. Like, I voted for the Nazis. What a laugh. What a good gaffe. Like, fuck you. And yes, he was blaming people for threatening with violence, like, you make the establishment look back. Oh yeah, that's what I saw. He was saying that the other politicians are making him look bad by making him angry and threatening others. Or no, sorry, they're making the government look bad by making him mad and threatening other politicians. So it's their fault for making him mad. I'm just saying, can we have such an, you know, unstable person running government? Don't they usually say that about women running for government? That women are too unstable and too emotional? I feel like it's more these types of men that are more unstable and can't control their emotions. I wonder if it's because Kokoomus has been shifting towards more liberal values. They have openly feminist people. I think that's more like PR shit, to be honest. That's just like, look, we have a black person in our party. We can't be racist. I think it's more that. Or I mean, why people have been shifting away from Kokoomus. Ah, I see. Yeah, could be. Finland's right wing is in the parliament. In the US, they are on the sidelines when it comes to decision making. Well, I don't know what I think about Trumpists. Yeah, if we think of the very extreme right, like the Boogaloo Boys or like the 3%ers or something like that, okay, they are not in government. But the Republican Party is very right wing. Yeah, Perussuomalaisten voting has risen among the high earners. That is such an interesting thing. Hey, Oliver Sasha, are you a cop? No, I'm not a cop. What the fuck? No. I make video games for a living. I'm not a cop. Yeah, basically like violent relationship shit from Ano. Oh yeah. Extremely gaslighty, manipulative shit from Ano. There are some QAnoners in there. In Perussuomalaiset, yes, there are. Is there anyone openly? Is there any open QAnoners? I don't think there's anyone who is like openly a QAnoner in Perussuomalaiset. There are people who... Oh, in the US Senate, yes. Marjorie That's what a cop would say. Wait, do I have Monka gun? No, I don't think I have it. Oh, fuck. Oh, well. No, I do have it. There you go. Don't you? Yeah, Marjorie Taylor Greene is nuts. But she did get like some of her powers stripped. And then Boebert, she's the other QAnoner. It's also debatable whether you can be economically on the right and a feminist. Yes, I would also argue that is very debatable. Yes, I would also argue that is extremely debatable. Can you be a feminist and on the economic right? Well, here's the thing. There's no such thing as an economic and a social right and left. They're both the same. If you are economically on the right, you're also socially on the right. And that's just how it works. Then again, Republicans have been like that for a decade or centuries, whereas Perus have been around for only 20 years. True. The Republicans have a lot longer history, and the US as a culture also has a way longer history of systemic racism and, you know, slavery. So it's like Finland comes from a very, very different place. Ano Turtinen is a QAnoner, but he's technically not in Perussuomalaiset anymore. He's like a solo representative of himself. What? Really? Isn't he in Perussuomalaiset? What? Where's the... Doesn't he have like a homepage or something? No, he got kicked out. But then who does he represent? Who does he represent then? Criminal record? Oh boy. He literally has his own party. Eduskuntaryhmä Ano Turtiainen. Literally his own group. Wow, alright. Okay. That was such a common thing in school elections where students can vote to showcase what they believe in. no other function, of course. Many were voting for the populist nationalist party for the memes, clearly showing that they were actually just not comfortable saying, I don't like Muslims or trans people very much. Yeah, exactly. Like, you go, I just did it for the memes. And it's like, who cares? It doesn't matter. What matters is the outcome. If you voted for someone who wants to harm minorities, whether you did it as a meme or not, you were complicit and you helped in them getting power. So it doesn't matter if it was a joke or not. Like if I stab someone and then I say, oh dude, it was just a joke, that's not gonna exonerate me. I would still have to go to jail most likely, or whatever the punishment would be. Fiscally conservative, oh, so we just hate poor people. And funnily enough, those poor people typically tend to be minorities of a certain race. So then you just end up hating those people, but indirectly, I guess. But his own party, damn, I thought like independent. Technically not his own party, it's his own government group. Because he was already in government when he got kicked out of the party, so then he like formed his own government group or whatever. So he's... For those of you who don't know what... let me show you a picture of him. He is this dude. Parliament, sorry. I never remember the terms in English.
Hey, how's it going?
It's like from Kummeli. It is... Kummeli is a Finnish sketch comedy show. And it is literally... Like Monty Python. If you watch Monty Python's Flying Circus, Kummeli is kind of the Finnish equivalent of that. Government is hallitus. Yeah. Can't be in power without a party. I think it's a bureaucracy move. Most likely, yeah. But this is him's. That's his. Look at him. Look at that. Absolute unit. Absolute unit. Ano Turtiainen. What? He has some good shit. Monty Python and the Holy Grail is good. It is a great movie. I also, like, if you've never watched the Flying Circus, which is the sketch comedy show that Monty Python did, highly recommend watching it. It's really, really good. He looks like a racist bouncer who beats up at a hot dog stand line. He looks more like a motorcycle gang kind of dude. You know, loves to lift. Doesn't like immigrants. You know, that kind of stuff. Oi, oi, oi. Oi, oi, oi. Doesn't like masks for health reasons. Yeah. He doesn't like masks, but he sure as fuck likes making money off these masks. Funny. Yeah, but profits of masks. I think he has a company that makes lifting equipment. That makes sense. Like bars and shit. That makes very much sense. He looks like he's into lifting. Which is like not a bad thing. That's not a bad thing, don't get me wrong. When I was going to the gym, like it was fun. Like going to the gym is fun. It can be really rewarding having goals and stuff like that. By the way, at which point one stops being an immigrant? Aren't all Finns immigrants in Finland and the Sami are the... You don't understand. The Sami people don't exist. They existed once, but they don't anymore because of magical reasons. And now, if you're white and you're Finnish, then it's good. But if you're not white, but you're Finnish, you're not Finnish. You might be one of the good ones up until a certain point, and then... I think many companies cut ties with him because of his stupid shit. I would. When he got kicked out of Persona, I think his company plates were at least boycotted or something. Noise. Well, how about 7th gen immigrants? Alright. And it's funny whenever like Persona and stuff, they're like, what about the immigrants? And they're like, oh, you mean the Estonians? Oh, you mean the Russians? Because like if we look at the biggest groups, actually let me pull that up. How do I? Here we are. Ah, this doesn't work. It's so annoying. Sorry, I'm gonna have to. This is gonna be like really crusty. Here we go. So these are the biggest immigrant groups based on country in 2019. Biggest one is ex-Soviet Union, so Russia a big part, but also other parts, like the biggest. Blue is those who have been born abroad. Green is those who have been born in Finland. Next is Viro, which is Estonia. So the top two are white countries. Next is Iraq, which is like notably smaller than the last two. Like Estonia and ex-Soviet countries are like hugely bigger than Iraq. And then Somalia, we have a lot of Somali immigrants in Finland. Then you have ex-Yugoslavia. Then you have China, Vietnam, Afghanistan. And they never talk about these two groups here, or ex-Yugoslavia. They never talk. Never talk about that stuff, because they only care about the not whites. And that's how it do be. Wait, so they have the lowest COVID rate, right? So did he shut down the borders earlier than other countries? Sorry, what? You mean Finland? One of the things that Finland did was impose a lockdown. There was a lockdown of the capital area at one point in March-ish. Also, restaurant opening times have been restricted, stuff like that. That helped curb the spread. It's so dumb, even second gen being treated as immigrants even though they never immigrated and were born with a nationality. Yeah, isn't that funny? My kids at the school are the minority. Hey, sometimes it do be like that. Yeah, there's a stereotype on immigrants. Exactly. It's like, they look different, they must be immigrants. Do they look white? Then they can't be immigrants. Or if they are, they're expats. That's the thing. White people get to be called expats. People of color, immigrants. Well, racists are anti-Estonian because they think people come to work in construction sites and screw things up, so the Finns would have to clean it all up or something. Yeah, but I mean, people hire Estonians because it's cheaper. That's just capitalism, baby. What are you talking about? It's the free market at work. Why? If I can pay someone less to do the same job, then why should I not do that? Don't you see? It's just the free market. Yeah, exactly. It's not their fault that they get hired to do work for less. It's not their fault. You should look at the system that enables such things. Fatbarde Hetemaj has been the immigrant of the year, ex-Yugoslavia. Oh, I don't know who he is. Yeah, Poles do construction in Germany and Ukrainians in Poland. It's always like that. You always get cheaper labor from the country next to you or somewhere else. With relatively close to you. It's everywhere. Yeah, I believe in the UK it's Polish people, in the Netherlands it's Polish people. It's everywhere. And it's not Latvians in Estonia, Lithuanians in Latvia. It's almost like the system might be the reason. Yeah, in America, I used to work in construction, and Mexican immigrants would get hired. They would pay them a lot lower than non-immigrants, a lot lower. Yes, OG. Actually, the agricultural industry in the United States heavily relies on underpaying people. That's one of the big things that that's a heavy reliance on underpaying Mexican illegal immigrants because they can't complain to anyone. But you know what? I'm gonna ping David, see if he's ready. You have a call, so we'll mute this. Cool. It's almost like there is some sort of economic system that incentivizes you to find the cheapest possible way to get the work done, even if it's not legal. But what do I know? What do I know? Most of the time, they work harder than like certified construction workers. Yeah, immigrants tend to work harder, especially if they're like illegal immigrants, because they usually come to the country in hopes of a better life. They want a better life for themselves and their families. So they work hard. But David is ready, so I'm going to give him a call now. Let me turn off the music. There we go. Give him a call. That's not true. I was not listening to Generous Dimensions. That was another song. David, can you hear me? I just heard you for a sec there.
Just a minute. Can you hear me?
Ah, there we go. Let me turn
Would you
you up.
like? Have I got the camera on? I have no idea.
Sure, we can.
There
we
we
can.
go.
We can turn your camera on. We can see you better. Let me just set things up on my end. Let me go here. Let me add a window capture. Actually, I can just do it like this. Discord. Perfect. All right then. Hello. Can you just talk a little bit so I can see what your levels are?
Yeah. Testing 1, 2, 3.
Great. That should be fine. I'll turn it just a little bit down. Oops. A little bit loud. There. That should be fine. All right. Let's get started then. Thank you, David, so much for coming on the stream to talk with me and my community. It's very nice of you. So everyone, is it David or David? I'm not sure how to say it.
It was David when I moved to Sweden, but I even introduce myself as David sometimes these days. So either will do. But
okay, so David Stedsson. Am I saying that right? Or is it Stedsson?
it's Stetson.
Stedsson. Right, there we go.
Yep.
So David Stedsson, do you want to give us a short intro on yourself?
Yeah. From Australia originally. I moved to Sweden 20 years ago because of a girl, a Norwegian actually, but ironically enough, she now lives in Australia. That's another long story for another Twitch, but ended up staying and met another girl and now live in Sweden with a few kids and dogs and the whole Villa Volvo type of situation. I used to work in research at the University of Queensland in Australia. Had a background as a behavioural scientist, and we worked on drink driving programs, teenage drinking, behaviour change around those things. Then, for various reasons, I actually ended up becoming a network administrator and started up one of Australia's first internet companies. Long story short, a few years ago, I started merging the interests and looking at digital health, and that's what I've been working on the last few years.
Nice. So I wanted to get you on because I've been following you on Twitter for some time now because you've been posting, I would say, like pretty much daily about the Swedish corona situation and the strategy that the government has taken here in Sweden, and criticizing it, analyzing it. You post a lot of graphs and data and stuff, which it's been really cool to get that stuff, especially in English, because that is harder to get in English in Sweden. So I wanted to get you to talk about what has really been like the COVID strategy of Sweden. Let's start from there, because I'm not sure that everyone knows what the strategy has been.
Controversy over that in the last week or so, actually, because the government had a web page up describing the strategy, not very well, I'd say, and they quietly edited it and changed it without telling anybody. But it was noticed. The internet doesn't forget, and it said the strategy was to control the level of infection so that healthcare doesn't get overwhelmed, and that has pretty much been the strategy from the beginning. And it hasn't really changed.
What are the things that Sweden has done to control the spread so that healthcare would not get overwhelmed?
Well, much the same thing as most other countries did. It's just they didn't take the step further. So, for example, recommending physical distancing, washing your hands, um, telling people to work from home if they possibly could. That's a big one, and also limiting crowd sizes. It originally was put down to 500 and then 50, and now I believe it's at 8. So you can't really have any large meetings.
I also feel like the Swedish government has been very slow to react. Like, I remember we went to work from home in like mid-March last year, and I think we got like the recommendation to wash hands and social distance maybe like a month later or something. It was like very slow turnaround times.
The thing that's become clear over the last year is that probably the single most important thing in responding to this pandemic was how quickly you act. Because originally it was estimated that every person who got infected on average 2 or 3 other people, and that would occur within a few days. So if you take a week or two waiting, then your 1,000 people who are infected becomes 2,000, 3,000, 6,000, 12,000 in no time at all.
Yeah, and the thing is that it grows exponentially. It's not just linear.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And Sweden has always been just a little bit slower than everybody else in putting in even the actions we did put in. Like closing down schools, or at least high schools, turning them to remote distance education. Basically occurred, well, they announced that it would start at the end of the week where school holidays started.
In June, right?
Yeah. Middle of June, where a lot of other places shut down straight away. Places, I don't know if you guys did this in Finland, but in Norway, they put in a quarantine for people traveling from Italy and China and everywhere almost immediately. If you coming into the country, you had to get tested and they 2 weeks quarantine to make sure you weren't infectious.
I think there was something like that for people coming from Italy and China. I'm not 100% sure. Someone in chat can correct me if I'm wrong on this.
Yeah, well, we started that here in Sweden about 3 weeks ago, so just a little late.
Imagine 3 weeks ago in a pandemic that has been going on for almost a year now.
Yeah, I couldn't believe it. We actually had, we're a pretty open house. We have couch surfers here all the time, or at least we used to. And we had a Malaysian guy, a couch surfer, and he'd been in Mongolia and China. And he flew into Sweden from China, from Wuhan, in fact, I believe, is where he came through as a transit passenger. And he wasn't even stopped at the airport here in Sweden. And this is the end of March.
That's amazing.
Yeah. It's just unbelievable. No information, nothing. And guess what? We almost certainly all got infected with it then. The whole house did.
And the fact that there has been, like, from what it seems in Sweden, like no contact tracing either, or contact tracing, sorry, seems also peculiar.
Well, what do you think contact tracing involves?
I would imagine that for them it's asking who have you met, and then that's it.
Right. Well, I'll give an example. We all got confirmed positive again in my household a few weeks ago. And there was a questionnaire we had to fill out. I did it. My wife didn't, and the kids didn't do theirs either, but they also called us. We know exactly who infected us, and we also know who we may have infected. They never asked us for names, just wanted to know if the person that we'd met that may have been infected, if we told them that we were infectious. That was it. Normally with contact tracing, what you're trying to do is find, well, I'll give an example in Brisbane, my hometown in Australia. There was a cleaner in the quarantine facility that tested positive. They identified over 100 people that potentially were contacts of her over the previous few days and did over 15,000 tests to track down who may have been infected.
Slightly different approach.
Yeah, that's never even remotely happened here.
Yeah. I mean, it's the slowness of the Swedish government has really surprised me because, like you said, like the recommendations to wash hands came in late, and like mask usage recommendations came in like beginning of January, like a month ago. No,
there's still no real recommendation to wear masks. What there is they've recommended masks. Now, you got to understand the picture here as a behavioral scientist and involved in how do you get people to change their behavior to improve health, which is what it's all about in a pandemic, isn't it? We're not.
Yes.
It's not about medicine. I've found it quite odd actually that all the experts you see being interviewed are nearly all doctors. All right, my
Mm.
background is not as a doctor, as a medical doctor, but it's doctors who get very little training in this, and we're talking about getting people to wash their hands, getting people to social distance, getting people to change their behavior. But they're instead talking to medical people who are great with medicine and stuff as being the experts, which is bizarre. So we're wanting to try to get people to change behavior. If you want to do that, you need a clear message from somebody you trust and you know exactly what to do, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the message here is wear masks on public transport, in peak hours, in peak hours, if it's on public transport where you can't book a seat.
There's way too many like if this then that, like it should just use masks
Right.
all the time. Wash your hands.
And in fact, the Public Health Agency here.
Sorry, can you say that again? You cut off for a sec.
Yeah, sorry. The general director of Folkhälsomyndigheten, the Swedish Public Health Authority, was actually caught photographed catching trains and buses in peak hour without masks.
Yeah, I saw
And
this.
he said, "Oh, yeah, I didn't realize the time, or the bus wasn't so crowded." Yeah, that's not how you get people to do anything.
No, it's not. And I know, of course, a very controversial figure in all of this has been Anders Tegnell, of course, and his approach to the whole pandemic. Because from my understanding, the way that it's structured in Sweden is that he kind of holds the keys into how the Swedish government implements stuff and what they can do.
Yeah, he seems to be the driver. Really, his boss, Jan Carlson, is where the buck should be stopping, and of course the Prime Minister. But Tegnell's very much been the face of the Swedish strategy.
For better and for worse.
Oh, yeah, do you want me to go there? Who's watching?
Anyone.
I'll tell you, I kind of got involved in tracking what was going on. First of all, because, we got sick and there was this ridiculous thing with our Malaysian friend, couch surfer. But I was watching one of the initial press conferences and somebody asked, I think, about closing schools. And he said, oh, no, the research shows that closing schools doesn't help. And I thought, oh, okay, that's interesting. I would have thought it would help. It seemed obvious to me it would help. So I'm a former researcher. So I thought, okay, I'll go look at the research. And I found it nearly universally said it does help. There was even a paper that Anders Tegnell himself was one of the co-authors on that shows that this does help. So I'm just kind of like immediately kind of get my ears up and wonder what's going on here. They're saying stuff that's simply not true. And that's pretty much when I guess I became an activist and really following the Swedish strategy closely.
Then if we were to look at like where have the big failures and I guess successes, we should also mention those, credit where credit is due. Where do you feel like the Swedish strategy has succeeded and failed particularly?
Well, it's interesting you describe it as a failure because Sweden doesn't, or at least Swedish authorities don't. They consider the strategy here has been a success. And if we go back to what you asked me before about what is the strategy, they said the strategy is to keep infections down at a level such that the healthcare wouldn't be overwhelmed. And we've successfully done that. So the strategy has worked. Most people are kind of interested in how many people are getting sick and how many people are dying. But no, Tegnell in April was actually saying, somebody asked him, what's your prognosis? How many people do you think are going to be dying in the next week? And he said, we're not looking at that. We're not doing projections on it. And it's continued the whole pandemic. They've not really been interested in the death toll. They had no interest in things like long COVID. Their focus very much in the first few months was how many people have actually been infected, because they've acknowledged that part of the strategy was that there'd be a side effect of herd immunity, which has, of course, caused a lot of controversy. So from the Swedish authorities' perspective, the strategy has worked. From any kind of outside perspective, it's been a complete disaster. But if you're wondering, well, what's worked is people have worked at home a lot. I think it's something like 40% of people who started working from home. social distancing has occurred. So the cases very clearly slowed. So I mentioned before 2 or 3 people getting infected by someone who was infected. It went down to between 1 and 1.5 people would be infected for each infected person. Then I think we actually got lucky, which was spring came in and people's behavior changed even more, being outside more, opening windows and ventilating more. And so that's when we got the reproduction number, that value R you've probably heard about, down below 1. So cases started decreasing, and that was considered a success.
But then they picked up again during the fall.
Yeah, which a lot of people were going around saying that Sweden had succeeded. I've actually found a tweet I did in early of November, and based on the data I was looking at, it indicated there were between 5 and 10,000 people in Sweden who were probably infected, didn't know it, and would be going back to work soon. So it
Which is a
seemed pretty
disaster.
obvious to me. Yeah, it seemed pretty obvious to me. We were heading to disaster. Yeah.
And it was funny because Tegnell talked about in the spring, like end of spring, he was saying, yeah, Finland and Norway might have smaller numbers than us now, but in the fall, they'll have a worse situation than we do because we'll have herd immunity.
So that was just absurd. And I kept trying to, I made bets with people on Twitter, any amount they wanted, so Norway's going to catch up with us. Okay. When you looked at the numbers, it just didn't make any sense at all. And it was all based on this false idea that immunity was going to build up and herd immunity would kick in. And it never made any sense to me.
And actually talking about Finland and Norway, because if you look at Finland and Norway are, of course, each country is different. We can't compare countries exactly to each other because they are different. Like comparing, for example, to New Zealand or Australia or the US would not be very fruitful because they're such different countries and so far away from us. But I think Norway and Finland are fairly comparable to Sweden because, Nordic countries, bordering countries, similar population densities and sizes and populations.
Exactly. When you're talking about epidemiology, it's always it's not like you can have 2 groups of people, you give one of them a pill and the other ones you give a sugar pill. You can't do that. So there's always what you call confounders, things that are going to affect what you're looking at and make it harder to see what's really going on. But if a year and a half ago you'd asked me or any actual active epidemiologist, I certainly haven't been for many, many years, if you were going to set up an experiment to compare countries with the pandemic coming on, you'd absolutely pick the Nordics because they're so similar. Norway was Sweden 100 years ago or something. Finland and Sweden have been the same country as well.
Yep, we have.
So there's so much similarities compared to say Belgium, which people always say are the United Kingdom. And Tegnell at one stage, it was bizarre. He said Sweden was more comparable to New York City. Can you believe that?
It doesn't make any sense. New York City is completely different, way more population dense than Sweden.
It's absolutely insane. It's just bizarre.
And looking at the numbers now, the amount of infections in Finland compared to the whole population is 0.9%. Norway, it's 1.2%. These are the lowest 2 countries in Europe. And Sweden is in the top 10, 6%. It's a huge difference. And it's the same with the death counts as well, where Norway and Finland, it's 0.01% in relation to the population. In Sweden, it's 0.12%. So how is there such a huge difference between these 2 areas, or these 3 areas, I should say?
Because the strategy in Norway and Finland has been to get the number of infections down as much as possible, right? I think you guys have got a contact tracing app, so if somebody does get infected, you know who they've been in.
Yes.
They were actually, there was hackathons that did many of those. Folkhälsomyndigheten even paid money for one to get designed and then decided not to do it.
That's so weird.
And then they actively went out. There was actually 1 month here in Sweden where there were more tests to see who'd had the infection than to see who was actually infected, which goes to show, don't listen to what they say, listen to what they do. They were more interested in proving there was immunity. And Anders Tegnell and others were saying that Stockholm would reach herd immunity at the end of May. based on no data at all that actually indicated that. It was nothing more than hope. So if you've got countries like Finland and Norway that are actively trying to get as a few infected people as possible, and then a country like Sweden where that's not the strategy. The strategy is just to make sure you don't have so many people infected that healthcare is damaged or and overwhelmed. Obviously, you're going to get more sick people, and if you get more sick people, you get more dead people.
Mhm.
This isn't difficult. You don't need a degree to understand that more people infected means more people sick means more people dying, and that's
Yes.
what
And I mean,
something I sorry, I just something I
no, go for it.
showed on Twitter last week is that Norrland here, the northern
Mhm.
parts of Sweden, population 1.2 million, has had more people die than the entire of Norway in this pandemic.
It's really mind-boggling that Sweden has over 12,000 deaths right
Yeah.
now, where Finland and Norway both have less than 1,000 deaths. Like, and it was like this comparison was brought to Tengel at some point, and I think he said some really dangerous stuff as well, like really racist stuff. He said like one of the reasons why Finland has it like better is because Sweden has taken more immigrants. But and like he didn't like directly say it's because of them, but it was a dangerous implication when he said that.
Well, it's not only a dangerous implication, it doesn't match the data. The first thing I looked at was, well, okay, there's no point comparing Norrland to Helsinki.
Mm.
But I looked at, I don't think I actually looked at Helsinki, but I looked at Oslo, Copenhagen, and Stockholm and looked for the percent of people who are foreign born in each of those three countries. And it was virtually exactly the same, 26, 27%. So it just doesn't make sense. And then, of course, Norrland, when I first moved to Sweden, I'm an immigrant, and I actually moved to Norrland, and I can tell you there wasn't a lot of immigrants up there. Certainly not like Oslo or Copenhagen. It just makes no sense.
It really doesn't, and it's like, why is Sweden so insistent on this strategy? Like everything around is saying kind of like that. There's a lot of people dying, and this could be prevented, and this could be combated. Yet the government decides not
Yeah.
to.
Yeah, there's been a lot of talk about the Sverigebilden, the image of Sweden, and you've probably seen, as myself and quite a few other people have been under quite heavy attack by Swedish media in the last week and a half.
Let's actually
And
talk
it
about
started
that.
right at
Yeah, let's actually talk about that. So this is probably a lot of people outside of Sweden are super not aware of this, but so there's like actually like just walk us through like what happened, because I've seen like bits and pieces of it on Twitter, but I know that people who have been in like a Facebook group have been like under attack by Swedish media and just like by Swedish people as well.
Yeah. So there was a Facebook chat group, had about 200 members, and like all Facebook chat groups, it means the vast majority of them weren't active on there. I was hardly ever on there, and it was called Media Watchdogs of Sweden. It was started by an Irishman, and probably a couple of other people I actually don't know, to try to get Sweden to change strategy, because we're looking at what's going on here and thinking people are dying unnecessarily. This strategy is insane, and I'll outright say it: the Swedish authorities are lying to people about it. And from my understanding, the strategy behind this group was to try to influence international media to actually give out the true facts about what was going on, so that would pressure the Swedish government to change strategy. It's actually been a complete failure, but that was the idea. And then a week or so ago, Swedish radio, which is funded by the government, came out with an attack on this Facebook group, calling it an organized disinformation influence group that was spreading lies and disinformation about Sweden to foreign media and governments. And I'm like, this is a Facebook chat group. What are they talking about? It sounded like a St. Petersburg troll factory or something. It's just absolutely absurd. And for the whole week now, there's been kind of back and forward debate in Swedish media about whether this is appropriate or not. And there's been so much bullshit spread about the whole thing. And the amazing thing is, though, is I constantly ask people, okay, what has this group said that's wrong? What have people in this group said that's wrong? What is it they said to foreign media that was wrong? And none of the media, nobody attacking us or criticizing us is coming up with any kind of significant example.
That is really bizarre that the government would see a 200-person private Facebook group as a threat to Swedish, I don't even know what. Like it's
Well, it gets worse. There's a media personality here. She's a scientist at Karolinska Institute called Dr. Emma Franz. And she's constantly being interviewed in media and in newspapers as an expert. And she actually retweeted this article and said the group was a danger to democracy. And then Folkhälsomyndigheten, the Swedish Public Health Authority, their official Twitter account, being run by a guy who used to actually he was psyops for the Swedish government, retweets this claim that we're a threat to democracy.
Cool. Super cool.
Yeah,
And
so I'm kind of officially an enemy of the state now.
enemy of the state, yeah.
Been fun.
Fuck the monarchy.
Viva la Republic, yeah.
Exactly. But, and from my understanding, one of the founders of this group is a Portuguese woman. I started following her just recently on Twitter.
Yeah, I don't know if she's one of the founders or not, but I know she's been one of the people that's been very active in it. Yeah.
And she was like, over the fall, I think she like went out into public and trying to convince people to like, hey, wear masks and please do something.
This secret group was actively lined up outside of press conferences with masks and protesting.
Yeah.
And they've been doing that. They did that for months with proper distancing, of course, and masks. And they were abused and they were spat on. I would have gone and joined them, except I live a few hours away from Stockholm.
Yeah, that's what she was posting. Like, people would like call them traitors, like literally spit on them in the middle of a pandemic, harass them. Like, there were some people who were like genuinely like interested and did have like a good discussion, but they did get like generally harassed by people, which it's really mind-boggling to me that in the US you have protests against mask wearing, and in Sweden you have protests for mask wearing. It feels like it's completely upside down.
It really is. It really is weird. I think part of the issue is this particular group is a lot of immigrants and expats, not entirely, but there is a lot of them. And we consume a lot of media, both Swedish media, but also international media. And Swedes, I don't think, aren't. And so they're getting a really false view of the pandemic. There would be horror stories about outbreak in Oslo, and you'd have a look and it was like 130 cases, and Stockholm was reporting 5,000.
Exactly.
Yeah, I heard you earlier talking about LA. LA's got almost the same population as Sweden. How many cases was it? It was 1,600 or something, you said?
It was like almost 2K.
Yeah, well,
in like
Sweden's having about 4,000 cases a day at the moment, and it's now increasing again. But everywhere else is having disasters and lockdowns and all this horrible stuff going on. And we've actually on the Twitter groups we're involved with, we've actually seen many cases of the Swedish media basically manipulating their images and graphs to make Sweden look better.
Yes, I saw that. I don't know if I can find it now, but there was an amazing graph. I think you tweeted it. It was like the y-axis was like insanely huge, so the graph looked like this tiny because the y-axis was so skewed that like the graph was small because of that. But it was such a crazy manipulation of the data.
Yep, there was another one where I think it was reporting on testing, and they showed the amounts of tests being done in Denmark versus the amount of tests done in Sweden.
Yes, I saw that.
And the amount in Sweden was a tiny percentage of it, but they showed two bar graphs where it
was like half and half,
where they were almost the same. Sweden was only a little bit smaller.
Yeah,
it was just.
Let me see if I
absurd.
can find those, because those were so like just mind-boggling, honestly. Just like how it's just lying. Like, if you can't show data in this type of manner because you are actively lying about the impact of the data. Like it's
I think
just
so. If you're deliberately doing stuff to mislead what people believe, then that's lying. No matter how you may want to argue the
yes.
semantics.
I don't know what the intention was there, but it kind of doesn't matter because the impact is the same. You are trying to minimize the impact of the data and the reality of the situation, trying to make it look better than it actually is. Here I found the
Yeah, exactly. And that's why Swedes think everything's been going well here. And yeah, more than 12,000 dead, and I'm predicting we'll probably get at least another 4,000 or so.
that's horrible. Like 12,000 people dead is not like an insignificant amount of people. That's like
No.
that's like a hockey stadium of people just dead in a
Well,
year.
it's more than 1 in every 1,000 Swedes.
Yeah, it's
That's actually a lot. You know, we went into mourning with the Indian Ocean tsunami, which killed around 500, and the Estonia ferry tragedy, which killed similar amounts. But 12,000, 12,500 now, and that's an undercount.
yeah,
And nobody seems to care. Seriously, it's bizarre to me.
it is crazy.
I told Australian media that back at midsummer, I actually put the flag at half mast in honor of all the people that died. I think it was about 5,000 or 6,000 then. And people would ask me like, who died? Well, yeah, 6,000 people died.
Yeah, because I was like, I haven't been watching the data for the past few months that actively, but like, especially in the beginning, I was watching it like every day. I was like, these numbers are crazy, but it felt like this was not being reported of like how much it's really happening. I'm gonna switch. Oops, wrong. That was the wrong button. I'm gonna show the graph. No, did I break everything now? I think I broke stuff. Oh well, never mind. We'll figure that out. But I'll post the link in the chat of this one of the bar graphs that you were talking about. It's like Denmark has 68,000 tests, Sweden has 24,000, but it's maybe like the Swedish bar is like 2/3 of the Danish size, and it's like that's not how that works. That's not proportionally correct. It should be like one. It should be 1/4 of the size. Like it's that's just like that's misleading data. There's like way
And one of
too
the
much.
other things that's been so bizarre is it's almost hilarious is the health authority starts their press conferences with like the status in the world and the status in Europe, and they'd be picking different countries to compare Sweden with, and they were literally comparing Sweden with Liechtenstein and countries like that. I'm like, what are you doing?
When there's literally comparable countries right next to Sweden, like there's Finland, Norway, Denmark. These are comparable countries, similar countries in culture and population densities. Like to go out of your way to ignore these neighboring countries to find things that are like these kind of work with what we're trying to say is dishonest at best.
Yeah.
Here I found.
And then when we point it out, we get attacked.
That is bizarre. Like, and that really does speak to the fact that Swedish people might not be so internationally media literate. And I feel like there is like the kind of flip side or downside of having such strong trust in the institutions in Sweden is that if someone questions those institutions, that's seen as an attack on everyone.
Well, that's what's really almost sad about this is all of the Nordics have high trust in government. And if you've got a pandemic, as I said before, one of the things you want to do is you've got to change behavior. So you need some trusted person asking you to change. And people here trust. And it's one of the reasons why Norway and Finland has done so well. But it's also had the same effect, or the opposite effect here in Sweden, in that people have trusted the government. And they've done what the government has asked. And they've believed the government even when the government has been blatantly lying to them.
Yeah.
And Sweden could have been like Norway and Finland and one of the best in the world so easily. But there's so many natural advantages we have here, from the population density you mentioned, where we're some of the highest number of single person households in the world.
Yep.
You know, if you're infected and go home in Spain, then there's a whole bunch of people at home you're going to infect.
Absolutely.
You're here, you go home and you infect the cat. You know, it's not the same problem.
No, not at all. what about then the vaccine rollout? What's the situation currently with Sweden and the vaccines?
I'm not going to be too critical there because it's been a problem everywhere in Europe.
Mm.
So things have actually improved a lot in a lot of ways in the last few months in the second half of the pandemic and the second wave. Been doing a lot more testing. In spring, it was impossible to know what was going on because there was just no testing. Now we've been doing plenty of testing, so I've been able to make pretty accurate predictions of where things are going. The vaccines rolling out slowly. There's 300,000 or 400,000 people I think have been vaccinated now, but I've heard that those numbers are actually slow getting in, so that's actually been more than that. So there's going to be a challenge, but I'm not going to be critical of Sweden. It's problems throughout Europe.
For sure. Actually, that getting the data in slow, that's actually an interesting point because Sweden has not been having daily press conferences for a while now. They only report data from, I think, Tuesday to Friday, if I'm not mistaken. So there's like
That's correct. Yep.
And I remember they've been criticized. Like, it took a while, but at some point the media was saying, like, hey, why is this data coming in so slowly? And their responses mostly been like, oh, well, it's just how it is. We can't do it any faster, which feels really weird to me in a pandemic to say that we can't get the data faster when every day counts, and then saying, oh, well, we'll just have a 3-day gap when we don't report anything. And
it was worse at Christmas.
Oh, yeah.
Like we were literally having around about 100 people a day dying, and they went on holidays. There was a period where we got no data for almost 2 weeks, I think it was. Maybe one report. And I'm not just talking about us who commenting on Twitter. This was data going to the ECDC, the European Centre for Disease Control, and the World Health Organization.
Yeah, this is official data on like how many people are infected, how many people die, and there's a lag.
Data.
There's like a few week lag or something. There's like quite a significant lag in the data.
Well, right from the beginning, this is actually what got me a lot of people following me on Twitter. Is I started actually tracking the lag and graphing it. So I'd keep a copy of the data they published every day or every weekday, and graph it, and then get the same data as they published in the next day, and graph that on the same graph. And you discover that they were adding deaths and removing deaths from 2, 3, 4 weeks ago. And so the problem was, and I honestly think Anders Tegnell didn't even seem to understand this in the spring. He seems to now, but still ignores it and says stupid things. That they'd be looking at their graphs and thinking there was 40 people a day dying, but that's because you wouldn't know how many people are dying now for another 2 weeks.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's the same thing now. After the Christmas break, it actually was almost a month delay before you could actually get a good picture of what was going on.
And in a pandemic, like, you don't have that type of time.
Yeah, just everybody going on holidays in a pandemic. It's Sweden, Fika's more important. Holidays more important. Somebody died? Oh, yeah, sorry. We'll record that in the data in a month.
It is really bewildering. And do you feel like there's any sign of a change in how Sweden handles this whole case, the situation?
A lot of people have thought the government has taken a few more steps, like the masks on trains and stuff in peak hour. Yeah, that kind of ridiculous advice really smacks of compromise. And Anders Tegnell has pretty much said he doesn't think it'll make any difference, and he doesn't wear one and all this kind of stuff. So I think that didn't really come from Folkhälsomyndigheten. I think that probably came from the government, or maybe Socialstyrelsen or one of the regional health authorities. So I haven't really seen any change. Their cases are decreasing, so they're happy. Cases are starting to go up again now, as expected, because of these new variants coming out of England and South Africa and everywhere. But I don't think there's been any significant change, and I don't think there will be.
That's really a shame because, again, 12,000 people dead is a lot of people to die in a year. Excess deaths, that is.
Yeah.
It's a lot. And from my understanding, also, like, one of the big reasons why there have been so many people dead is that it's spread into care homes for elderly people, and that was a big cause of death.
Well, that's the case everywhere. This virus kills people that are older. You almost double your risk of dying for every 5 years of life or something. But again, when I look at the data on that, it was almost the same percentage of people in aged care died in Norway. And Sweden has had more people die under the age of 70 than Norway has had total.
Mm,
Uh, it's, that's been a challenge everywhere.
yeah.
Uh, there was actually an official report from what's called the Corona Commission here,
Mm,
or their first interim report, and they said the main reason for the high death toll in Sweden is the high spread of the virus in the community.
mm,
And that was basically ignored by the media
cool.
because that's a
I mean,
direct outcome of the strategy.
it is a percentage game. Like if you have more infections and a certain percentage dies, then you're gonna have more deaths. That's just how percentages work.
Yeah, back in end of November, I looked at the infection data, uh, looked at how fast it was spreading, made some calculations based on what's called the infection fatality rate and particular ages. And I worked out that, okay, we're going to basically reach the peak that we had in wave one about Christmas time. An analyst in Florida, Mark Bivan, did the same thing and came up with pretty much the same answer. He had it a little earlier than me. And we ended up being completely correct. It was entirely predictable. Because
And
you spoke about the law of large numbers earlier, and when
mm,
you've got big numbers, you can really predict quite well what's going to happen.
and the sad thing is, like, it's not a thing you want to be right on. You don't want to be right on, like, oh, these many people
No,
roughly are going to die or get infected. You don't want to be
yeah,
right on this stuff. Like,
I,
you
I,
really
I
don't.
I'm not afraid to admit that when it became true, and I was writing about it on Twitter, and you'll see it in my Twitter posts, I cried
Mm.
because I was so sad because it's so unnecessary.
It is. Like, this is preventable. And the fact that the government and the healthcare officials are not doing the things that would help is frustrating.
It's not like we don't have examples of what work, is it?
Exactly. Like, we have
We just
examples
look.
of what works
We can just look next door,
literally next door. And
literally next door.
it's weird because I wear a mask whenever I go out here.
Hmm.
And I have been doing that since summer, I think, because I went back home to Finland for my summer vacation. I think after that I started using the mask.
Right.
And I remember I've been getting a lot of, not as many looks nowadays, but definitely throughout the fall, a lot of weird looks
Mm.
from people because I'm wearing a mask. And now some people are wearing masks as well, but it's not super widespread, I would say.
It's definitely increased. I always wear a mask when I'm going out, and right now it's actually pointless for me to wear a mask. I've just come out of an infection. I'm not infectious, so I'm not going to infect anybody else, and I can't get infected.
Mm,
I wear the mask to show other people it's okay to wear a mask and
yeah.
give them the courage to do it when so many people aren't.
I
But
mean,
I have seen a noticeable increase.
yes.
I'm so that's a good thing. But the problem is with mask wearing is the whole point of mask wearing is to actually stop you infecting other people much more
Yes,
than
exactly.
to stop you getting infected.
Yes.
Well, it's not the whole point, but it's the main point of why we
Mm,
want people wearing masks. So you and me wearing masks isn't going to have a big effect on that. But if you get 7 million people wearing masks, it makes a huge difference.
yes,
I
absolutely.
actually, in the spring, I think it was Emma France or maybe Professor Agnes Wold, who are two of the defenders of the Swedish strategy and are in the media as experts, promoted a study out of Norway showing that, well, for, if 200,000 people wore masks, it would only like drop infections by 1 or 2 people a week.
Mm,
When I looked at the report, it was based on how many people were infected in Norway. And when I redid it with Swedish numbers, it actually showed that if you had 80% of Swedes wearing masks, it would drop the infections by thousands a day, and the infections would die out within weeks.
yeah.
Uh, but it's
And
still being fought against, and they're literally telling people that masks are risky.
yeah, that's
It's insane.
I honestly don't understand like that part of it. And at some point I know their response was that they don't want to tell people to wear masks because people would get false security and they would use the masks wrong and they wouldn't adhere to like social distancing because of that.
Mm.
But I think that's a really poor cop out in the fact that if people are using masks wrong, we have to teach them how to use them right. Like, no one knows how to use a condom. Like, if you give someone a condom who's never seen one, they wouldn't know how to use it, but we know how to use it because we're taught how to use it and we learn how to use it. And it's the same with masks. Like, it's a new thing for us, most of us here in the West. It's a new thing, but we just have to teach people how to wear them.
Even a badly worn mask, these people who wear it under their nose and stuff, that still actually decreases the risk of transmission. So if you get 8 million people doing it, it'll make a big effect to
Yes.
the pandemic.
I think it's some point.
So
they've
they've got to prove to us, they've got to provide the evidence that wearing masks, they say that people won't social distance or people will touch their face more. Now, a lot of this stuff has actually been studied and it doesn't happen. About the only study I've seen that indicates potentially maybe an issue was in some places where they issued mask mandates. More people went out, so they went out of their home shopping a little bit more often. But there was no evidence that it actually increased any risk otherwise. But you've got to show. I keep telling people this is insane. You're literally putting 2 walls between the virus and somebody's airways, and you're going to tell me it doesn't work? Yeah.
I mean, if
Makes
there
no
was
sense.
if there were studies to show this, I mean, sure, I would change my mind, but I haven't seen anything conclusive to say that they don't work. That maybe the only thing to say against them is that it's hard to say that the masks alone aren't enough. We need other things besides just using masks. But if
And
we use
nobody's ever
masks-
claimed masks alone are enough.
Exactly. It's not like we say, just use masks and then everything will magically be better. No, it's use masks, social distance, wash your hands, work from home. All these different things need to be done together as a cohesive strategy, and then that will help. I mean, even Daniel at some point said, like, because he was asked about people wearing masks, and this was somewhere in, like, I think October or November. He said, like, oh, but the people who are wearing masks in Sweden, they're tourists. And it's like,
yeah, he said that. It's again
what
the immigrants, isn't
tourists?
it? You're weird.
Like, we're in the middle of a pandemic. This was like October or November, like in the middle of the pandemic when things were not good. And he's talking about tourists coming to Sweden. From what countries? What tourists?
And the health minister actually said about the same time that they couldn't recommend masks because some people couldn't afford them and that wouldn't be fair.
It's incredible. It just
Really, they were spending like 100,000 crowns per patient treating people with remdesivir, which was an unproven medical treatment. It's now been shown not to work. But they're worried about people buying masks for a few crowns. Government could have given everybody a mask.
Yeah, they're not like hundreds of euros or thousands of euros. Literally, you can get a pack of them for like 10 euros or 100 kroner.
I bought a slightly higher tech one, a couple of 100 crowns that's washable.
Yeah.
So, yeah, no problem.
It's just, it is really mind-boggling, and it's been weird to see this.
Yeah,
It's been weird to see.
So
weird
you're
to
in
see
Sweden,
this.
are you?
Yes, I'm in Sweden.
Yeah,
I'm not going to say my exact location for like
fair enough.
For my own security, but yes, I live in Sweden, but I'm from Finland. And it was just like I was in Finland in actually Christmas and whole of January, just so I could spend some time with friends, and that I had a chance to go, and I went still, and it was just like not everyone wore masks there, but way more people wore masks in Finland than here. Like, it was a notable difference.
Yeah, it's insane.
And it's been weird to see how Swedish people are so reluctant to accept criticism of their institutions and their government. That is one of the things that has really shocked me.
Do you think that would happen in Finland? Because we're talking about the high trust, and you guys have got high trust in government as well.
I think, yes, you would have a similar problem in Finland as well. Would it be to the same extent? I'm not sure, but I think we would probably have a similar issue in Finland as well.
Okay, it's a form of nationalism, and
it is absolutely.
I kind of understand it, but for God's sake, just read the evidence, read the research. Yeah,
I mean,
there's been so many scientists calling out Sweden, and they're just ignored.
In Finland, you can see this whenever you criticize the police in Finland, you get a lot of pushback. Like, I've done that. There was like a case in late summer where the police pepper sprayed peaceful protesters who were blocking a road, and that got a lot of news because it was kind of excessive. In my opinion, it's excessive. And I made a video about it, and I got some comments. I had like really long Facebook posts about this because some people are like, well, why were they doing this? If the police do something, then it must be okay. And it's like, oh boy.
Well, you could have been Sweden then on this then, because
Yep.
from what I understand, the person in charge of the chief epidemiologist or something in Finland, actually wanted to follow the Swedish model,
Hmm.
and it was the government that pushed back against it.
I am very glad of the current Finnish government. It's not perfect by any means, don't get me wrong, but
Which government is?
exactly. But it is like the first proper left-leaning government that we've had in a long time. Like if this would have been run by like the National Coalition and the Finns party, I think we would be in a very different situation right now, because I don't think they would have reacted in the same way as our current government.
Yeah, I was following your Twitch before I came on, and I was madly having to read on Wikipedia to catch up on Finnish politics to understand what you were talking about.
Yeah, it is. It's like every country. Like if you go to Europe, it's like each country's politics is so complex, and there's so much to dive into. But yeah, I think that's all I wanted to ask. It's been a very good talk. Chat, is there any questions you want to ask from David while he's still here? Thank you everyone for chatting and hanging out, and thanks David for being here. This has been great.
You're welcome.
I'm gonna drop a link to your Twitter so people can go follow you. Go give David a follow. There's a link to his Twitter on the chat. I'm gonna wait still a little bit if people are typing their questions. But yeah, I really hope that like Sweden doesn't just hope that, you know, we'll just wait for the vaccine and then it'll be all be good after then. It's like there's the variations, and this is.
Do you think things are? I mean, it really depends on these new variants coming out, which are starting to take over here now. It's like 20-30% of cases is probably approaching now with the British variant. But I'm hopeful that spring's going to kick in 5 or 6 weeks like it did last year, and then cases will start dropping off significantly again.
Hopefully.
But it's still going to be long and slow like it was in spring, and a lot more people are going to get sick and a lot more people are going to die.
And the thing is, like, this is not the last pandemic like this that we're going to see in coming years.
Yeah, it's really interesting because I've kind of thought this was just kind of okay. We kind of got lucky. This is a test run. But an epidemiologist, British American one, Devi Sridhar, I think it was, she kind of thought maybe this was the big one, because it kind of hit that spot in the middle where people wouldn't take it seriously enough. If we were having 100 children a day dying, then I can guarantee you Sweden would have been lockdown. But when it's mostly people over the age of 70, nobody seems to care. So maybe this one is a bad one because it was just in that sweet spot where people wouldn't take it seriously enough.
Exactly, and we don't have the infrastructures in place to,
Yeah, but we've learned an awful lot now. We have, not least that. Damn, we can get vaccines fast now.
Yes, and sorry.
Did you read how quickly Modena developed their vaccine?
No, I didn't.
2 days.
2 days?
2 days.
Damn.
They got the genome. Shit. They had it in 2 days. They were. This was in January. They were shipping out samples by the end of February. The first human trial started March 16th.
Damn. Scientists are like the people who have been working on these vaccines.
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
Amazing work, and like literally couldn't be doing more than they are.
Just
but
amazing.
I think an important part here is like after this is over, quote unquote, like the lessons will, like it's really important that we learn the lessons, that we set up proper contact tracing, and that if and when this happens again, that we catch it early and contain it, and we don't let it spread, and like we have to put those things into place, because otherwise it's just going to happen again. There's a question in chat. What seems to be the ulterior motive for this strategy, Swedish strategy, I assume, holding on to it? Nationalism, business-oriented people in charge, party politics, popularity, other?
I think originally it was simply a misreading of the situation. They thought the virus was less dangerous than it is, and they also thought it spread a lot more, even worse, more easily than it does. So they thought this was the only option, and building up immunity in the population would lead to Sweden doing better overall. So I think that's where it started, and since then, I think when it's been so obvious that's wrong that it's just been a matter of pride, both on the parts of the experts and on the Swedish population. I think it doesn't help that the Prime Minister doesn't have a lot of education. I'm personally, I think it's great that somebody who was a welder, I think he didn't even finish that, can go up to grow up and become Prime Minister. I think that's fantastic. But he has put too much faith in the government appointed experts and hasn't, I don't think, got the background to be able to evaluate it, or the confidence, or the scientific confidence to be able to judge what's going on and say this is wrong. So I think that's where it's come from.
Right. Makes sense. Makes sense.
Mm.
Okay. If there's no other question in chat, then thank you, David, very much. I appreciate you taking the time and talking with us.
Been good to chat.
Yeah, it was great. I hope you have a great week and a great evening.
I will. You too.
Okay. Bye. All right, chat. That was really nice. Did you enjoy the little talk, chat? Hold on, let me just fix everything here. Put this where it's supposed to be. Boop. There we are. Thank you so much, everyone, for hanging out and us having that little chat with David. Damn, that was informative. I'm glad that you found that informative. That was really nice. Ooh, thanks for that. Definitely learned a lot. Hey, great, Devoid. I'm happy to hear that. Really nice, yeah. Even though it makes me feel sad, yeah, for sure. I'm gonna put some more chill music. This is too intense. There we go. How can I block him? Because now my whispers are coming here. Hold on. Where's the messages? How do I do that? Socialism doesn't work. It worked when I fucked your mom last night. Where can I do this? It's shit, get over it. Yeah. Beep beep. Said I missed the beginning. Oh, I'm gonna put this on the YouTube as long as David is okay with it. I'll double check with him. Socialism is weak system for weak men. Funny. It's not what your mom said when I boned her last night. Baby. How can I turn off so that whispers don't come into the chat on Chatterino? How do I do that? No idea. Oh no. Emotes. Okay. Authority, channel, title. I can't find it. Oh well. There's an easier way to solve this. I love it that he keeps just yelling, socialism doesn't work! Socialism doesn't work! Socialism doesn't work! Neither do you, my friend. There we go. I blocked him on my whispers, so that's fixed. Act. Like, what was their point there? Oh no, he was just mad. He was just like, wee. This is the only way I can feel powerful in my life, when I go yell at a 50 viewer Andy. This is how I get my rocks off, because my girlfriend doesn't love me. It's really weird that you can't, like... Oh, hey, add. What's the pattern? How can I... What? I have no idea how to use Chatterino. And I've seen pictures and videos from these night raves. Wait, sorry, Lucky, I missed your... There's actually been a COVID contamination in a bar in Tampere. It's a place that tries to get around restrictions by not selling alcohol and stays open until 3 a.m. Oof. Oofs in chat. I didn't even know Ben Shapiro was a Twitch troll. Hypothetically speaking, if I were to win the argument, hypothetically, if I were to win this argument, then I would be better. Like, there has to be a way for me to, like, not include... how to... You're not even making fun of Ben Shapiro, you're just speaking in his tone of voice. What differences in policy stances that you have with Ben? That's a really wide question, Cool T100. I would rather say, like, you bring up a point of his that I can then defend, or I would rather debunk. Come on, it has to be here somewhere. Hypothetically speaking. He's pro-capitalism. Why are you against it? I'm against capitalism because capitalism is predicated on the fact that there must be an underclass of people that are exploited for the benefit of a small group of people who hold power over this large group of people. We could call them, let's say, the proletariat for the working people and the bourgeoisie for the owner class. That's my main gripe with capitalism, is that a small group of people have an exorbitant amount of power and wealth, which they don't deserve in any meaningful way. Like, they don't deserve that power and wealth that they extract from other people. This is a simplistic and reductionist analysis. How is it reductionist? Yeah, it's a Marxist critique of capitalism. How is it reductionist? What am I reducing it to? What am I reducing it to? Like, if you work at a company, you're not getting paid the value of your labor. Your analysis is a two-class system. You're coming up with baby-level takes. You know that there's more classes in Marxist class analysis, right? Those are the two main classes. There are lumpen proletariats, there are petite bourgeoisie. There's a lot more nuance to this. Thank you, everyone. It's dinner time in Sweden. I'm off to eat. Okay, Elise, thank you for hanging out with us, and hope you enjoy your dinner. Take care. Like, those are the two main classes, but there are other subclasses in them, like the lumpen proletariat or the petite bourgeoisie, you know? Like, there's a lot more to that than just that. But the main idea is that if you work for a company, you get paid X amount of money, which is your salary. But then other people, you know, shareholders, executives, they get, you know, profits that you don't get. Now, why is that? Why should they get that profit and you shouldn't? Marxist class analysis was him basically looking at industrial working class and industrial owner class, which is a two-layer system, but these are not the only layers in the economy. I'm not sure you're very familiar with Marx, my friend. This is the main antagonism. That's the point. These are the two main antagonistic forces. That's why these are the two things that he focused on. Because there are these people who hold power, the capitalists, the bourgeoisie, and the people that they exploit, the proletariat. Of course, things have evolved a lot since Marx's time. Marx lived like 300 years ago or whatever the fuck, 200 years ago. So it's been a while. It's been a while. But to say that that Marxist theory and critique has not evolved since then would be laughably uneducated. It's not like Marx wrote the Communist Manifesto and Das Kapital, and then no other Marxist work has happened since. Today you are the exploiter, exploiting cheap foreign labor in China and other third world countries and buying cheap made in China products, some kid with no hands made in China. Exactly, yes! Yes, that's capitalism. Yes, I am not directly the exploiter, but I benefit from exploited work. This shirt, all of my gear that I use for streaming, my microphone, my computer, my lights, my camera, everything is done through cheap labor. So we should overthrow you. No, because I don't hold the means of production, you idiot. I'll DM you the manual. Yeah, how about I DM you my dick, you idiot? No. I don't own the means of production. You fucking idiot. You think I'm Jeff Bezos? You think I own Twitch? It doesn't matter, you're the bourgeoisie? Yeah, suck my cock, you're the bourgeoisie. Go suck on a dick. You are the exploiter. Okay, if I'm the exploiter, then why the fuck don't I own Amazon? Why the fuck don't I own Amazon? Why don't I own Google? Why can't I decide what Google does with its profit? Why can't I decide what Amazon does with its profit? Yes, I benefit from exploited labor. Absolutely. Like I said, all the stuff I have here is probably made in some capacity by exploited labor. Hence, the phrase, there is no ethical consumption under capitalism. You don't have to be leader of guard under monarchy to be part of the aristocracy. What fucking aristocracy? I work for a video game company and make middle wage salary. I don't own massive stocks in companies and benefit by doing no work. I don't own factories. I don't own companies. I don't own stores. What fucking aristocracy am I part of? You think I'm making like fucking 10K a month here? Typical West centrism? Dude, suck my cock. What the fuck do you want me to do? You're sitting there quite fat in your first world country. Oh, okay, so I should move to a third world country and not make any money, and then I could actually be the good one. Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're saying? Ah, I see. You have an iPhone, yet you are a leftist. I am very smart. Hold on, chat, it's time to bring up the old. I believe he's concerned trolling, because I don't think he's actually, like, from a If you're from a third world country, which I doubt it. I doubt that you're from an actual third world country. Where is it? Where is it? Here it is. It's time to bring out the old... It's time to bring out the old... We should improve some society somewhat. Yet you participate in society. Curious. I am very intelligent. I want my exploited labor back. Kid. What? Where my money in the PayPal, fool? What are you talking about? I didn't get to decide those things. You do understand that, right? As a person living in the Nordics, I don't get to decide that. Reparations. Hey, yeah, I think we should pay back exploited countries. Yes. Absolutely. But is that gonna work by me sending you money through PayPal? No, you fucking idiot. That's not how it works. The reparations would happen literally using Nazi guard defense? What the fuck are you talking about, dude? Suck my dick. Literally, like, I don't work for the Nazis. You're literally using Nazi guard defense. No, I'm not. You literally don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You'll be sucking my dick in another 10 to 20 years. Yeah, I hope so. Dude, I'd be glad to suck your dick. It's past your bedtime, yeah. Yeah, full caps really does drive the point home. It's true, it's true. That's how you show that you're actually really confident in what you say and you're really smart. Like, dude. Okay. So. You have a problem with me. So you have a problem with me criticizing capitalism. So, hold on. Let me get this straight. Let me get this straight. You, a third world country person, as you claim to be, have a problem with me criticizing capitalism and wanting to get rid of capitalism because I live in a first world country? So you don't want me to help bring about the end of the system that oppresses your country because I don't live in your country. So you would... So, let me get this straight. Let me get this straight. So if we were in Nazi Germany and I was helping Jews escape, that would be wrong. Correct? If I was living in Nazi Germany and I was helping Jews escape, that would be wrong because I am German. Correct? Correct? So me helping Jews would be bad. I shouldn't do that. So I shouldn't criticize capitalism. Well, that depends if you're actually helping. No. You're avoiding the question. Answer the question. You're avoiding the question. You're avoiding the question. Answer the question. If I was German living in Nazi Germany and I helped Jews escape and hid Jews from Nazis, that would be wrong because I'm German. Correct or not correct? Answer the question. You have 10 seconds to answer this question. If you don't, I'm gonna ban you. Okay, goodbye. What a fucking chat. There's no way that person is from the third world. No fucking way. Like, absolutely no way. No way that dude is from the third world. Or if he is woefully misguided. Like, you shouldn't be criticizing the system that oppresses me, because if you do, then you're a hypocrite and you shouldn't be helping me. Oh yeah, I should turn the sounds back on. There we go. Oh yeah, they're like, that was a concern troll, 100% a concern troll. I don't believe for one fucking second that person was actually a legit. Help him by sucking his dick, dude. Hey, dude, I'll do it. Fuck it, I'll do it. I'll help a bro. I'll help a bro. I'll suck his dick. He's better in here already. Yeah. I had to give him the chance. I was like, I'm gonna give him a chance. Also, fun content, you know. Good for the content. Good for the soul. Reported that guy. Yeah, thanks. What a person. What a fucking person. That was top tier content. It was good content, though. It is good content. There's one thing I've learned from Bad Bunny. It's taking the... Nah, you weren't any chances. You just had fun. I was giving a chance, but that was not my main motive. Let's put it that way. If I've learned anything from Bad Bunny, it's that ringing out idiot chuds like that can be extremely good content. Meatballs, jeez. Hey, why you talking about meatballs over here? Use what you was talking about. That chance took a knight's turn immediately. I love it when chuds come in chat and they're like, socialism will never work. And then you're like, okay, why? And they're like, and they're like, cool, great arguments. Like, I banned that one dude who was whispering me constantly immediately because he was like, and I was just like, I don't want this right now, because we were still in the middle of the talk with David, and then I was just like, I don't want this shit right now. So I just banned him, because fuck it, it's my channel. I can ban whoever the fuck I want. If he wants to do an unban request, he can do that. Nobody cares about baby takes about capitalism while you sit there buying microchips I help build. Yeah. Yeah, because the only legitimate way to fight back against capitalism would be for me to move to a third world country and then fight capitalism there, where I am not in the countries that actually have the capitalist class where, you know, change could be made. The dude whispered you, dude, just block him. Block him immediately. Immediately, don't engage. Don't engage. Trying to see how to remove whispers from Chatterino. Like, we're in the middle of an interview. We don't have time for trolls, exactly. The only way to fight capitalism is to work for the corporate overlords. Yep. That's the real 5-head take. Like, if you want to actually fight against capitalism, you should become a wage slave. That's the best way. Report me to your Nazi soldier. You know when, like, the right says people use Nazi too much? Like, that's like, you have no clue what you're talking about. Become a what? Wage slave. Northern firefighter. A wage slaver is one critique of capitalism in that you have to work for a wage, otherwise you die. Hence, you're a slave. Like, that's why, you know, Marxist critique of capitalism calls it wage slavery, because you have to work, otherwise you die. Hence, you know, it is a form of slavery. I want to... Chatterino. Documentation, please. I don't want to look at the source code. Why is Chatterino like this? Chat. Aha! I found it. I think that fixes it. I think I fixed it. Theoda, can you whisper me in Twitch? Just a test whisper. I want to see if it shows up. Oh yeah, we could have had like a constructive conversation, because it's like, so you don't want help from the people who live in the countries that oppress you? You don't want them to fight back? Is a ridiculously dumb take. Like, why would you not want the people in the countries that are oppressing you to fight back against the system that is oppressing you? Because, you know, a lot of people didn't choose that system to begin with. But yeah, Theoda, can you whisper me something? Just to test if it worked. I did. Fixed it! It was one little thingy. Why wouldn't someone want that? Yeah, I don't know. Why would you not want people in the other country to help you? And also, this is also a woeful misunderstanding of, like, how capitalism works, because he viewed it as every single person in the oppressive country, let's say Sweden in this case, every single person in that country is actively oppressing the other, the third world countries. Whereas the reality is that the companies, let's say Swedish companies, like, let's say IKEA. IKEA exploits, you know, work somewhere else. Probably does. I don't know if they do. Whatever. That's not the point. They do that, but it's not like the workers get to decide, like, yes, we should take the oppressive path. No, it's the executives that get to decide that. Top-level people get to decide that. The workers have no say in it. They just have to work. They don't get to decide that. So if they rise up collectively and say, fuck you, no longer are the owners of this company some execs and shareholders. No, we the workers own it now, and we decide what to do. And then they decide, no more of this exploitative shit. They can make that change then. And like, people in these first world countries suffer too. Exactly. People in first world countries are oppressed under capitalism as well. But we consume products that are also produced unethically, because it's hard not to. There is no ethical consumption under capitalism. And for a lot of people, especially poor people, they don't have the choice to choose, like, the least unethical product, because those are usually more expensive. So they can't choose that. But isn't that sad that he's so blinded by rage he's unwilling to listen to what others have to say? I mean, yeah, if he was even for real, like, I sincerely doubt that this person actually worked or is actually a third world country person. I just think it was a concern troll, to be honest. Yeah, we never get to say in where they place some of their factories. Exactly. The workers don't get to decide where the factories are placed, how the factories are run, how much the people in the other countries are paid, how they're treated. None of that. You don't get to decide that. I may not suffer as much as from a kid in the middle of a war zone in the Middle East caused by capitalist greed, but I suffer too, and I want to fight against global suffering that capitalism causes. Exactly, yeah. No, that's wrong, because you're literally the Nazi. You are literally a Nazi. Literally. Literally. There are certain qualifications today, thinking of Sweden with Marabou and the cocoa frog they have on their chocolate bars, or do they not work? I don't know. Like, certainly there are probably like some standards like that, but again, that doesn't exist for everything. A lot of that stuff is circumvented. It's just I don't want a small group of people to have an exorbitant amount of undeserved power over most other people, which is what, you know, most companies are. Most companies are dictatorships. Most companies are dictatorships. You have a boss, or let's start from the top. You have CEOs, executives, shareholders. You don't get to decide who those people are. You have no say in who runs the company. You have no say in how the company is run. You don't get to share in the profit that the company makes, or you get some, but it's, you know, it's breadcrumbs. It's breadcrumbs. You don't get to decide who your boss is. You have no say in who runs even your division. You have no say. So, and I don't want that. I don't think workplaces should be dictatorships. They should be more democratic. How that democratization should happen for companies, it's going to vary a lot. There are a lot of different models on how companies could be democratized that have been tried around the world. I've made some videos on the topic. Some of my first videos were about workplace democracy. And we have to try and figure out. Oi, oi, oi. That was a good one. Oh, that made me really happy that a dumb person came in. It was so ridiculous. It was such a ridiculous level of like vitriol that you're just like, this is a joke, right? Like, this is a joke. Like, you can't be for real. Man, I've said it once and I'm gonna say it again. We need to have like a driver's license, but for the internet. Like, we need to have that like super quick, because there's just people on the internet that just don't know how to behave. A lot of them are men. There's a lot of people on the internet just don't know how to behave and don't know how to interact with other people. You just need to go like through a internet driving school where they're like, don't say slurs, don't be creepy towards women, just be normal. Just be fucking normal. Just be normal. Just behave, be normal. I think that people that is richer than others will exist for a long time. Absolutely, but have no idea how to stop them or existing. So, yes, we're not going to get rid of billionaires and millionaires and whatnot in like a year. I mean, the things that I advocate for, anti-capitalism, something akin to socialism, I don't know what to call it. I know that this change is not going to happen in my lifetime, most likely. It's very unlikely, because for it to change would require global, widespread change. It will be hard to happen, absolutely. But also think of it this way: the current form of capitalism that we have has only existed for some few hundred years. Think about that. Only a few hundred years. Before that, we had kings and feudal lords and serfs. That was the system. If you were a serf, you were a serf. No fucking going up from that. If you were a lord, a feudal lord, you own some land. If you're the king, you get to call the fucking shots because you're the king and God decided that, or whatever the fuck. So, and that was the system. Now, if you were to go back like 500-700 years and try to talk to people there and say, hey, we could have a form of government where we don't have kings. In most countries, we don't have kings. People get to decide who is in power, and we have a group of people that then decide on what things to do. It's not a perfect system, yes, I know, but it is better than having a king, in my opinion. The current system, better than having a king. feudal lords and serfs. My opinion. If you were to go back and explain this system to people then, most people would say, that's impossible. How could we ever have such a system? How could we run the system? How would anything work? And the people on the top with the power would say, no, of course not. That, like, because they don't want to give up power. But their arguments would be, no, the people wouldn't know who to vote for. The people aren't smart enough to know who to vote for. The people would, like, how would anyone know what to do? It's too complicated. But it works because we educate people. And because we've tried different systems and we work on it and we improve on the system. And who would start companies? People could still start companies. Like, if we have more democratic companies, that doesn't mean companies can't be started. People can still start companies. And people start companies now taking loans. Like, that still happens. Or they get funding from, venture capitalists, for example, which are, in a way, loans, because those venture capitalists or, investors, whatever you want to call them, they give you money with the expectation that they get more money out of it. So it is in a way a sort of loan, because they expect to get money back at some point. Of course, it's a gamble. But, way I failed with COVID-19 one. I cry. No, don't cry.
Oh, wonderful when you're with you. Oh.
Thank you, Mida, for the gifty to Nolly. Nolly, you're an empathy wizard now. Use your powers wisely. King California, thank you for the follow and welcome to the cuties.
Would you look at that? A new cutie.
Would I look at that? We have a lot of new faces here, by the way, and we have a Discord server. You should jump in there. We're a group of very lovely individuals. There's a link. Check us out there. But the stream is not ending yet. Don't worry. Thank you, Mida. That's very kind of you. Yeah. Being rich, sure, but being a billionaire, is like being a dragon. They just keep the money for the sake of having a bigger, shinier pile and to get politicians to kiss their toes. But they are never able to use all that money. They're just making money and keeping it for selfish reasons when they could solve big issues with it that kill millions of people. Yeah, I mean, Jeff Bezos, Northern firefighter, Jeff Bezos, every single day wakes up and decides not to end world hunger. That is a decision he makes every single morning. Every single morning. He wakes up and he's like, nope. Not gonna end world hunger today. There's a Twitter account called Has Jeff Bezos Ended World Hunger? And every day it updates. No. Jeff Bezos has not ended world hunger. I mean, Kane, you're joking about the modern day castle, but there is... Hey,
Hello,
Hiroshi.
you cutie. Hello.
Did I say that right, Hiroshi? Did not know that. He has enough money. Jeff Bezos or any of the other big billionaires, Elon Musk, whatevers, they have the money to end world hunger. Definitively. End it. And they choose every single day not to do that. Every single day. And there's a great quote from Bill Gates. Yay, I'm a cuties. You are a cutie, Hiroshi. Thank you for the follow and welcome to the cuties. You are a cutie. There's a great quote from Bill Gates where he was asked, would you consider running for office in politics? And he says, why would I do that? The way that I do things now, which is through the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, etc. He says, why would I do that? The way I do things now, I have way more power and I have no term limit. Think about that. For Bill Gates, it's better to be a billionaire and do philanthropy than to be a politician because he has more power and no term limit. Think about it. But yeah, you were saying, Kane, about the castle thing. So I think it was a Nevada senator who is proposing, or who has a bill in the works that would allow companies to make mini governments inside states. So feudalism 2.0, baby. Where do you live? Oh, I live in the state of Google. Hey. It's just feudalism, baby. That's like, if you ever meet an anarcho-capitalist, that is where anarcho-capitalism will eventually lead to. Just feudalism. It will just become feudalism again. And caps are ridiculous. Give me $1 billion and I will build a real castle. And you know what? We start with White Castle castles. I mean, like as in the White Castle is in the fast food place. Yeah, ANCAP arguments are so weird because like a lot of the ANCAP arguments are based. A lot of the ANCAP arguments are based on like, well, everyone will just respect each other, and it's like, why? Why would everyone just respect each other, and then then everything will be fine? And that whole premise is flawed. It should be a roommate with an anarcho-capitalist. Oh my god, Torpe, really? Holy shit. I'm lurking while in class. I'm just here to say fuck Jeff Bezos. All my homies hate Jeff Bezos. All my homies hate Jeff Bezos. Thank you, Valentina. I hope your class goes well. NAP is the shit, bruh. What's NAP? It was about to live in Lahti. How the fuck do you live in Lahti and you're a narco-capitalist? Hey, Ella, hope you're doing good. Just here lurking. Thank you for the lurk, Ella. Yes, I'm doing really well. Had a great talk with David earlier about the Swedish COVID strategy. It was really, really cool. Now we're just talking about leftism. Oh, non-aggression principle. Yes, that's the... Someone said that in my previous stream, and I had this exact same thing. Yes, the non-aggression principle, which is like, we're just not going to attack each other because reasons? And it's like, why wouldn't Walmart just bulldoze over your area and take it for themselves? Because non-aggression principle. They can't do that. That would be mean. That would be meanie bobini. And everyone knows that you can't do meanie bobini. That's not allowed. No. You're not allowed to do a meanie bobini. No, no, no. Naps are the shit, though, Mira. You got off on it. I claim this land for California, and then Google is like, no, you don't. And steam rolls over you, and you're like, but the non-aggression principle.
Hello, new cutie. Hello.
Thank you, Eva West, for the follow, and welcome to Cuties. And like, ultimate liberty, freedom is the best thing without realizing that freedoms conflict each other super hard. Yup.
Subscriber.
Ooh, thank you for the sub for 9 months. Took me a sec. Our baby is born. Bab. Release the bab. Just release the bab. Mule baby. My freedom to breathe clean air is in conflict with the corporation's freedom to put a polluting factory in my backyard. Exactly. Exactly. Because there are always liberties that we have to give away, you know? I can't punch someone on the street because I feel like it. That means that my liberty to punch people at will is gone. But that's okay. Because you shouldn't be able to just punch people willy-nilly. Hey, funwithfondue. Hey, Chuck isn't too terrible. Welcome to the stream. How's it going? Nice shirt. Thank you. You could try it right now. I could, but I shouldn't. You can punch anyone with a fly shirt like this. I could, but I shouldn't. And there should be consequences. Punch me, daddy. We'll talk later. Later. We'll talk later. This shirt is super cute. Thank you. I really like this shirt. I saw it, and I work on a dinosaur game, so I had to buy it like extra. I would have bought it probably otherwise, but because I work on a dinosaur game, so it was even extra more accurate, schmaccurate. Oh. Consensual punching is bueno. Exactly. When it's consensual, that's different. If you would, let's say, enter into an agreement where punching is viable. See, if we just agree on things, then everything's fine. Ground rule, everyone should be able to do what they wish as long as they don't cause harm to others. Yeah, what causes harm to others should be considered and explored extensively. Exactly. Yes. Yes. You're 100% correct. Can someone punch my tummy ache? I want it gone. That will probably not help. But I also want your tummy ache gone. It's strange how consent changes things. It truly is. Truly is. Ah, yes. Bring back dueling. Ah, yes. Dueling. Truly. How about you, good sir? You strike someone with a fucking glove. Sir, you have dishonored me. I choose pistols at dawn. Trial by combat. Giuliani did say. He did say. Let's get the clip. We need to get the clip. He did say trial by combat. He said it. He literally said it. Rudy Giuliani trial. Oops. Trial by combat. Dueling was banned in the UK because it was too popular. Where is it? I don't have like a... Oh, come on. Don't give me the full speech. I want just the clip where he says trial by combat. Oh, man. I mean, it is guaranteed to solve the argument. Some might argue that it's not the best way to solve an argument, though. Oh yeah, I have a good video for us. It's a really good one. Some Monka W. What are you saying? We're gonna watch this one.
Sign up for here, but
why is this in mono? Can I still challenge someone to duel by taking off my glove and slapping someone's face with it? You can try. Your mileage may vary though on what the heck happens if you do that. Alright, I have a good video for you, chat. It's Dave Rubin. And it's compilations of Dave Rubin comparing himself to David and Goliath because he's suing, I think he's suing Google or in specific YouTube for like censoring his content or something like that. I think. Let me actually double check that, that I'm getting that right. Dave Rubin sues Google. Well, I guess he already did sue and then it didn't go anywhere. Anyway. So I guess he sued Google, but it didn't go anywhere. Funny.
sign up for here. But dare I do you like the biblical analogies, I'll do one here. There was David versus Goliath, and I think Dave can take down Google.
I could win Google because I read a story in a book that said a guy named Dave, which is not my name. My name is David. A guy beat a giant, so I can do it too. Cool. I think it'd be hilarious if we got a trend in the US where people walk around in heavy armor and act like Skyrim NPCs. I don't think the US needs that. The US has enough weird shit as it is. Like, already. We don't need that extra shit. Have you seen his comedy? It's funny, but oh my god, the Dave Rubin comedy is extremely painful to watch because it's not good stand-up. It doesn't flow well. He has some like joke premises that are like, oh, this could be good. Like, the premise is okay. Like, the premise of the joke is fine, but the delivery is terrible and the punchline is terrible. It doesn't work at all. It's just awful.
This Dave. And look, there's a reason that we all believe the little guy can beat the big guy. You know why that is? Because David beat Goliath. Why do I rail against?
No, it's because we love an underdog story. Like, everyone loves an underdog story. Everyone loves like scrappy someone like winning against the established thing. Maleology, alpha theory, sigma male, numerology, astrology, all the things. Stop right there. You're violating the law. You're against the United States and her people. What you say in your defense?
Against YouTube all day when they're censoring me and demonetizing you. It's slightly crazy to do it, but you know, there's a story. David beat Goliath. My name happens to be David, so if David could beat Goliath, maybe Dave could beat Google. I mean, I think we have to come around.
Fuck it, it's the same thing, right? This allegorical story about a little guy defeating a big guy is exactly the same as a singular person beating a mega corporation. It's basically the same.
Looking backward, why do we believe that the little guy can beat the big guy. Why do I always attack Google when they crush my videos? Well, you know, there's a story, David beat Goliath, right? There are time-tested stories that I think have value that actually, this is probably the best way I can answer it.
He's such an idiot.
It's a functional version of belief. Some people need a belief that is like sort of transcendent and deeply spiritual. David, right? Like, why am I always attacking Google every time they demonetize me or push one of my videos down? Well, it's not. Yeah, well, first off, it sucks, right? It sucks. But why do I do it? No one in their right mind thinks that they can beat Google, but there's an eternal truth there. David beat Goliath. There is a reason that I believe that Dave can beat Google, and it's because David beat Goliath.
I can't watch this anymore. It's only 3 minutes, and it's just the David beat Goliath. David, have you seen the because it's exactly like that. And I'd like to see how your hair would fare in a blizzard. Okay. Have you seen that? How your hair would fare in a blizzard. It's so good. This one.
The president actually sent out a tweet. He made fun of me for talking about climate change in the middle of a blizzard, and he called me Snow Woman. So I wrote back, hey, Donald Trump, the science is on my side, and I'd like to see how your hair would fare in a blizzard. So I wrote back, hey, Donald Trump, the science is on my side, and I'd like to see how your hair would fare in a blizzard. So I wrote back, Donald Trump, the science is on my side. And I'd like to see how your hair would fare in a blizzard. Sometimes, if you haven't noticed, you use a little humor. Like when he called me Snow Woman at my announcement in the middle.
This is one of the whitest things that I have ever seen in my life. Like, this is so white. So white. Like, ugh. It's like if mayonnaise could be dry. If mayonnaise could somehow be like a chip, like a dry chip, that's what this would be.
Middle of that thing, I wrote back on Twitter, I'd like to see how your hair would fare in a blizzard. So I wrote back, hey, Donald Trump. So I wrote back, hey, Donald Trump. So I wrote back. I tweeted back. The science is on my side. And I'd like to see how your hair would fare. And I'd like to see how your hair would fare in a blizzard. I'd like to see how your hair fares in a blizzard. I'd like to see how your hair would fare in a blizzard.
Mr. Umbrella Man.
And he called me Snow Woman. So I wrote back, I'd like to see how your hair...
Pete Buttigieg's La Rata is like, this joke is not funny. Why are you laughing? Fucking La Rata over here.
Would fare in a blizzard.
It's so good. I'd like to see how your hair would fare in a blizzard. What did I want to find? Oh, right. I want to find a thing because your Skyrim, but in no, not that Skyrim, but in real life thing got me thinking of a funny clip, but I don't know if I can find it. I want to find that clip. I wonder if I can find it. No, give me the video. It's somewhere here. It's really, I almost have it, chat. Almost have it. Please give it to me. The fuck is this? The fuck am I watching? Oh, I want to find it. What is it called? What's that game? What's that video game, chat? She dared to have the confidence of an average white cishet dude. Keep boasting on your one single perceived accomplishment forever for the rest of your life. It felt like it was made in a test tube. Like that specific line that she kept saying. Like it was like market tested and like it was so stale. What is it? What's the name? What's the name? What's the name? Oh. Oh, I want to find it. No. Please let me find it. Yes, I found it, I think. Yes, I found it. Yes, I found it. So, if someone speaks ill of the United States, this is what you can react with.
I'm not gonna stand here and listen to you badmouth the greatest democracy the world has ever known.
It's even better with the clipped audio. I'm not gonna stand here and let you badmouth the greatest democracy the world has ever known. What the fuck is with the Deus Ex dude's face? It's early 2000s 3D graphics. Everyone's face looked fucked back then. There was not a face that worked in 3D. It's just a different time. And I'd like to see how you... It's so good with all the emotes. I'd like to see how your hair would fare in a blizzard. That's so good, Kane. Oh, so good. Good shitpost. Okay, one more time.
I'm not gonna stand here and listen to you badmouth the greatest democracy the world has ever known.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not gonna let you badmouth the greatest democracy. Are you kidding me? Kidding me? I'm not gonna let you do that. But I did have another video that I wanted us to watch. Since we're on the topic of capitalism, boo. Let's watch this video by Hakim. Why did I say his name like that? It's just Hakim. Why did I say it like that? Just Hakim. Hakim's video on capitalism really sucks, but why? Let's go, baby. Speaking of democracy, I'm not going to let you badmouth the greatest democracy the world has ever known. Alexei Navalny, I have heard. I actually have a video about Alexei Navalny in the thing that we could watch. Yep. But anyway, go.
Hi there. What exactly is wrong with capitalism? In this video...
Small intro. Hakim is a... Exactly. Hakim is a leftist who lives in somewhere in the Middle East. I'm not entirely sure which country. He's a doctor by trade, and then he does political content.
I'll enumerate a few basic points which can help in grasping why capitalism has outlived its usefulness, and it's time to go beyond. Not from a moralistic perspective, but from one based on the evidence. Okay. This is time-stamped, so feel free to skip around. These aren't in any particular order. Okay. Starting off, capitalism's...
I don't think we're gonna hear about Navalny for a while. Yeah, something tells me Navalny is gonna disappear for a little bit, unfortunately.
Boom and bust cycles. Here, I refer people to look at Engels' 12th point in his lovely little pamphlet titled The Principles of Communism. In summary, capitalism dominates, continuously expands production at faster rates and for cheaper prices. Where money is to be made, many capitalists flock. This happens on a system-wide basis.
Yep.
This is the...
I mean, you look at any, new trend, I don't know, video games, for example. Everyone's like, that video game business sure seems to be making a lot of money. How could we get in on this video game business, see? Or... any new booming thing, everyone wants to get in on it. What about that GME stock? Bad example. I just had to meme on the GME stock. Stonks! We're going to the moon! We're going to the moon, baby! Big dollar, huge dollar. We've done research. It's the 60 salesman again. 60 salesman is my capitalist voice. It works really well. I didn't really come up with it. I stole it from Hassan, so...
The boom. With this invasion of capitalists into a profitable field, many, many commodities are produced, far exceeding the market need. Because of this, many finished commodities sit on store shelves or company warehouses, collecting dust unsold. Without the sales necessary to recoup the investment...
That doesn't seem very efficient, does it? Remember fidget spinners? Yeah, exactly.
Investment made by said capitalists... And
face masks, for example, are a pretty big new investment that you could make.
An economic crisis occurs. Factories close, capitalists go out of business, workers lose jobs, and the living standard
What are you talking about? That's just the free market. Remember Star Wars? Unfortunately, I do.
plummets. After a while, either these goods finally make their way to being sold, or are purposely destroyed, as is common practice in late-stage capitalism. And things
Yeah, that's the fun part of like the most efficient system in the world also destroys a lot of stuff that could be used because no one buys it.
slowly get back to normal. Factories open up, jobs come back, and businesses go right back to booming. Not long after this, though, the same issue arises, producing a new crisis. This is the natural tendency of capitalism, to fluctuate between periods of prosperity and periods of crisis, which results in the destruction of the lives of millions. It can be regional or worldwide. It can take 4 years between crises or 15. What is a constant, though, is that it always happens, and is always catastrophic, for the working class, that is. The capitalist class always finds a way to come out richer in the end.
Or then they get bailed out by the government, like in the 2008 financial crisis, where the US government bailed out all of the big companies that were going bust because of the housing crisis, but they didn't bail out the people who lost their homes. Like 2 people went to jail. And that's it. None of the companies that caused the housing crisis had to pay anything. They had no repercussions whatsoever. Cool stuff. The food waste problem is increased by increased variety of products. Yep, there's like 1 million variants of sandwich meat, and no one buys these products as much as they produce them, so a huge amount of waste is created. Yep.
Funny how that works. To quote Engels directly, nearly every 5 to 7 years, a fresh crisis has intervened, always with the greatest hardship for workers, and always accompanied by general revolutionary stirrings and the direct peril to the whole existing order of things.
Hell yeah.
This has only worsened with the modern introduction of credit in everyday life, which will be discussed shortly.
Oh, credit. Oy.
Our second point, the tendency of the rate of profit to fall.
Too efficient.
This is a simple concept to grasp. Capitalists want as much profit as possible, and can do this by outcompeting the competition.
Yeah.
This is usually done by new changes in technologies, or special access to production facilities and resources, among other reasons. This relative advantage over the competition allows one capitalist to sell product A cheaper than all of his or her competitors. As a result, said capitalist enjoys higher profits temporarily because they pull customers from their competitors. Cheaper prices for the same quality of goods is attractive, after all. However, as this is happening, the same competition scrambles to catch up. Once they do catch up, however, they're back to square one. Except now.
This is kind of the situation with exporting work to other countries for cheaper labor, like China, for example. You know, everyone, like someone goes to China, is like, oh shit, the labor here is so cheap. What the fuck, bro? And then everyone's like, China cheap labor, huh? And everyone goes there, and then the price of labor starts going up to a point at which the companies are like, bro, I don't know. Labor's not that cheap there anymore. It's kind of not making sense anymore. And then they're like, and then someone finds another country and they're like, oh, cheap labor, pog. And everyone's like, huh? Cheap labor, pog. And then they go there, and the cycle continues.
Now they're stuck with a faster and more efficient form of production that
Capitals
results
a world
in
tour,
cheaper
truly.
average prices of product A, and as a result, less profits overall. Less profits means less reinvestment into the circuit of capital, to grow
Less
production,
profit.
to continually develop.
But what will Jeff Bezos do if there's less profit? No.
Economic slowdown leads to crisis. Crisis leads to the breakdown of capitalism, as well as political turmoil.
And crisis is bad, right? That's the bad one. Hey, Marat, welcome to the stream.
Due to mass unemployment
Missed it too.
and the sharpening of the class struggle. An oversimplification for ease of understanding, but the point still comes across, I think.
But remember, chat, we're Nazis because we live in the West. That makes us Nazis.
Especially when you look at the empirical evidence. For a more in-depth look, check out this video by the Marxist project titled Fundamentals of Marx, Falling Profit Rates. A somewhat related subpoint is the irrationality of capitalist practice. Outsourcing, for example.
What are you talking about? It's the most rational system we've ever had. What do you mean? There's no more rational system than capitalism, baby. Why? If that's so irrational, then tell me this. How come I am rich? Explain that to me, you commie bastard. Are we the baddies? Yes, we're the baddies. Yeah, dude has a guillotine with her name on it. Yep, we all have guillotines with our names on it. Because if like, as long as you defeat the people who want to defeat the system, then that's really helping you in the third world.
Example, drains jobs from one country in order
Oh,
to
you
exploit
marked them.
cheap labor in a different country, with the intent to produce products more cheaply so you can
I
import them
talked
back
about that.
into the original country and expect people with no
I said
jobs
that.
because they moved overseas to buy them more cheaply. Credit was a temporary solution that has now pushed capitalism crisis even further into
Credit is a terrible thing. It's such a terrible system. Like, here is temporary money so that you can take care of your money woes, but you have to pay us back later with interest. This doesn't seem like a sustainable model.
the ground. We'll talk about these lovely features in the next few points. Our third point, unlimited growth in a limited world. Capitalism
This is like one of my main gripes with capitalism is like it constantly has to grow, but there is a limit to that growth. Like it cannot infinitely grow. It's just not humanly possible. There exists a limit which it will hit eventually. And then, shit hits the fan eventually. Like we have a finite amount of resources in this world. We have a finite amount of land, finite amount of people,
as a system is built upon infinite growth. It cannot develop, let alone maintain its existence, without ever increasing consumption and production for
It's just like that one Transformer. What's his name? Galactus. What the fuck? What is his name? Galvatron? I don't know. The one who hates planets. The problem with tackling capitalism, racism, etc. is also the way how cinema and media generally depicts the problems. Like capitalism's problem are the rich people, not the system, and racism is just racist people spouting racist shit, not the systemic issues, generations, wealth, etc. Yes, it is taking systemic issues and trying to boil them down into individual problems, which won't help. And that's kind of the problem with like liberals. Usually, they see like systemic issues only through the lens of like individual problems, and that's not really helpful. Unicron, thank you. Unicron. Amazon Prime or something. Yeah, libs do that shit a lot.
consumption. The Earth has finite resources, and there's a logical limit to how much an average person, and populations, can consume. This relatively simple point has many severe consequences. A system predicated on infinite growth in a finite environment predisposes itself to two potential end results. Either it expands beyond logical limits, ruining said environment in the process.
For example, destroying this planet because stonk must go up, and then Elon Musk being like, let's go to space because fuck it, we need to strip this planet to its bare bones and not change how we do things, and then just move our problem to the next planet. Yeah, Amazon Prime is Optimus's greedy cousin who transformed into a streaming service. No,
and possibly causing the extinction of the trivial creatures that gave rise to it. Or it gives room for another system, one with rational allocation of resources, and one based on respecting the limitations the Earth has placed upon us. We see the effects of this never-ending quest for needless expansion for the sake of profits with our rising tides, ruined rivers, increasing global temperatures, and the ongoing mass extinction event going on at this very moment. To quote Rosa Luxemburg,
space elevators and underground hyperloops, and don't forget space servitude.
Either it is socialism or barbarism. More rising global temperatures and the ongoing mass extinction event going on at this very moment. To quote Rosa Luxemburg, our choice is clear. Either it is socialism or barbarism. More appropriately nowadays, though, either it is socialism or extinction.
Yup. The goal is to abuse the system until you get to the point of being so rich that the looming collective shitstorm that awaits for everyone doesn't apply to you. Absolutely, yeah. What if you refuse to work on Mars? Well, then you just stay on Earth and die, forehead. What do you mean? You just go to Mars, forehead. Why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you? You can just choose to go to Mars and become a slave. I mean, an indentured servant, of course.
Our fourth point. Profit over all else. This is a point of overarching importance regarding capitalism. As a result of competition in the marketplace, capitalists seek to attain as high profit as possible. What this results in is, essentially, capitalists attempting every single method, be they ethical or not, to reach said goal. In this case, nothing is off the table. Lobbying the government nothing. And directly circumvent...
Did you hear about the... I forget which company it was. I forget which company it was, but they use like monkeys as slave labor to like harvest something. I don't know if anyone remembers this. Hold on, let me find it. Monkey slave labor. Here we go. Slave monkey scandal forces Thailand to shut up. To rethink coconut trade. Oh my god, just let me read the story. No, no. Let me read the story. Here we go. Monkey slave labor used for... Can I use the internet? Like, seriously, can I just please use the internet? Monkey slave labor used for coconut milk denounced by PETA. Hell yeah! Wait, was it $3.40 for a year? Fuck that, what a crazy price. What the fuck is this Mickey Mouse bullshit? Yep. Let's see. According to the people at Ethical Treatment, the Lakeland, Florida grocery store chain is among a handful of holdouts in PETA's campaign to convince 25,000 store chains around the world, including Walgreens, Giant Food Line, to stop selling coconut milk sold by Chaoko. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that right. According to PETA, the coconut milk supplier uses coconuts gathered by monkeys that are chained in barren environments, separated from their peers, driven insane, and forced to climb trees to pick coconuts. Welcome to capitalism, baby. Where you literally enslave monkeys to pick coconuts. Welcome to the 21st century, baby. But hey, yeah, efficient. Who cares about ethics, am I right? Oh, I don't want to watch that. That'll make me really sad.
Venting the democratic will of the people is America's pastime at this point. Ruin of the environment, circumventing labor laws such as overtime laws or 39-hour contracts to avoid paying workers, or wage theft, etc. Even assassination and overthrow of governments at home and abroad.
I mean, you joke, Torpini, but literally, literally, some people use that as an argument for black people when they were like, no, we shouldn't end slavery in the United States because you know what? The slaves are actually happy being slaves. Like, they literally use that as an argument for slavery in the U.S. Yeah, they have it better here than they would otherwise. Yeah, I wonder why, because there's no otherwise. If they were out there otherwise, they would get killed, obviously.
Central American history in particular, with the United Fruit Company, and Latin American history as a whole is a testament to this. They don't do this because they're particularly evil.
You remember to use the kappa,
but because the nature of the system demands it.
That was a bullshit argument.
If you fall behind, another capitalist gets the upper hand, secures higher profits, outcompetes you in the market, and wins. Essentially, capitalism rewards corruption. And even when strong state institutions exist to curtail this failure of the capitalist system, it's little more than a theatrical cat and mouse game, where a token capitalist gets caught, gets a slap on the wrist, and back to business it is.
Housing crisis, 2008. Would like to remind you, 2 people went to jail. That's it. Yeah, hey, let's drag these people from another continent, enslave them, and say they are happy. Yes. This is very, we are a very reliable source here.
Capitalism values profit, and profit alone. A system built atop profit solely will always need state intervention to correct its excesses, and as a result will always succumb to political and other corruption. Thing is, though, it isn't technically corruption, it's just the capitalist state doing its regular job. It's supposed to serve the interests of the capitalist class. Just how brazenly it's done is what determines how corrupt it is. However, to argue that capitalism, but with a heavy hand behind it, holding the reins, would be the solution fails, because 1, the capitalists that successfully manage to corrupt and gain influence, and hence...
By the way, I hated when people talk against socialism and communism. If people are evil and corrupt and selfish, like, how does capitalism minimize that? And I don't even believe that people are generally selfish and corruptible, etc. I feel like that the whole perspective of like people are inherently evil or whatever is a very Judeo-Christian, or I would say not. I don't want to say Judeo because I don't know about Judaism enough, but I would say it's a very Christian outlook on people. It's a very traditional, yes, exactly, original sin type shit, exactly. That people are inherently evil because original sin, whatever the fuck, and you know that's why there's evil in the world, which is a very childish way of looking at it, in my opinion. Yeah, it's a dumb argument, honestly. It's not really an argument
Hello,
for
you cutie.
capitalism.
Hello.
Hey, Zuzuzi, thank you for the follow and welcome to the cuties. Appreciate the follow. But it's not really like, okay, so people are inherently bad. So you would want a system in place which rewards that evil, which specifically pushes that evil to be even greater. So you want that system. You don't want a system that would curtail this so-called evil and try to, contain it. No, you want a system that rewards that as much as possible. It doesn't really make sense, does it? I've heard a defensive argument to capitalism that it utilizes humans' inherent greed and thus works. Oh, blah. Yeah, so you want a system which encourages this Machiavellianism and gives capital to individuals. Yeah.
Hence, more convenient legal rights or opportunities for development, meaning higher profits, would win out over the honest capitalists, outcompeting them and essentially proving that this form of corruption is the only way to get ahead. A capitalist who plays by the rules ends up with less profits. Less profits means less money and resources to reinvest into the circuit of capital.
But stonks.
Meaning less development or advertising or whatever
Stonks.
else.
But if I don't get profit, the stonk line won't go up. And then the shareholder will be mad. You'll be mad.
Will end up always in the same result. They will lose to a far more fierce and shrewd businessman who will repress wages to as low as they can go, extend the workday as long as they can possibly get away with it, circumvent every law and regulation through either bribe or flagrant dismissal of the nation's justice system, and in the end be rewarded for this behavior with record profits. This leads to point number 2. We are basically relegating ourselves to a never-ending upward fight against political corruption, whether it be respectable corruption in the form of convenient state favors by the capitalist state, or via the more audacious forms we normally associate with political corruption.
Northern firefighter, a capitalist playing by the rules will usually have happier workers, right? Or am I wrong? Yes, but that's not more profitable. That's less profitable for you. Because like Amazon doesn't need happy workers, as we have seen from their warehouses where people have to piss in bottles because they don't have enough time to go to the toilet. And they monitor them constantly with cameras. They don't need happy workers. It's not in the profit motive of a huge corporation. Because then they make less money. And they have such power that they can just say, we're going to treat them like shit and there's nothing they can do. Because what are they going to do? Go to the police? No. What is the police going to do? Nothing. The police will literally do nothing. The police will do nothing. They'll say, oh, well, sucks, I guess. The one thing that they can try to do, which they are now doing, exactly, that's what they're trying to do now, is unionize. But Amazon has heavily fought against unionization in that they have training videos that specifically teach their managers to spot out unionization behavior and report it immediately. So they fire people who try to unionize in the guise of something else, they weren't doing this or they weren't doing that, but they break them up and they fire them so they cannot unionize. That's the problem. Now people are pushing to unionize and they're trying to make it happen. But for example, they're trying to vote on the union now, the workers, but Amazon is saying, no, you can't do mail-in voting. You have to do it in-person voting during a pandemic. This is one way that Amazon tries to make sure that the union does not happen, because that is one way that they can actually make a difference, is by widespread unionization and widespread strike. It's one of the most powerful things that can be done against a company, is striking and unionizing. One of the most powerful things. But Amazon fights tooth and nail to make sure that does not happen, because if it happens, they lose profit. I was traumatized by Amazon's anti-union video. Yeah, we watched that like last week, I think. It's really bad. The Krusty Krab is unfair.
What are you talking about, kid?
I can't do a Krabs. Yeah, Mr. Krabs is like massively anti-union. Mr. Krabs is like the capitalist. I just got sick at the leaders of Amazon. Yeah. The people who lead Amazon are fucking sick. And that's the thing, like, how do you fight back against someone like Amazon or Google, who are humongous corporations with an insane amount of money? So if you would try to, let's say, sue Amazon or Google, they can just brute force the whole thing with money. And worst case scenario, even if you win, what they will most likely do is settle out of court. They'll give you some money and they'll tell you to go away. That's probably the worst case scenario that will happen. They give you money and they say, just go away. Don't talk about this. Just go away. That's what they do. They either brute force it because they have so much power through their legal system, or then just pay people to go away in the worst case. And on top of that, they have humongous power to influence politics and policies, to make sure that what the politicians decide and what policies they make favor them. Of course, there are politicians that are fighting back, like Bernie Sanders, AOC, etc., but they are in the minority currently, if we're talking about the US. So the most effective thing that can be done against Amazon is worker organization. But at the moment, it's really, really hard because you can get fired super easy. So glad I don't work for a private company like that. If you work for a good company, that's really great. Unfortunately, they're not the norm. Then again, Mr. Krabs only has 2 employees. Meanwhile, Chad, Uncle Scrooge, threatens proletariat with a cannon. What a role model for children, truly. Yeah, Scrooge is insanely fucked up. But why not do it all over the country now and when there's a chance? You mean organize? Because it's very difficult to organize, like, mass strikes, because people are afraid. If you strike, work for the state municipality, it's not an option for everyone. Like, if we look at the US, for example, there's not enough jobs in the state for everyone. Like, it's just not possible. You would have to have the state own everything. You would have to have the state own everything. There's not enough jobs for the state to give to everyone. But if we talk about, like, why doesn't everyone just strike now? It's because it's difficult to organize a widespread strike to happen simultaneously, because you have to get a lot of people on board, and people are afraid to strike because they're afraid to rock the boat. They're afraid that if they strike, they'll lose their job. And to a lot of people, losing their job can be devastating, because in the United States, you have to remember that in the US, a lot of people's healthcare is tied to their job, and a lot of people's families' healthcare is tied to their job. So if they get fired, they could potentially lose their own healthcare and their family's healthcare. So, and on top of that, if they get fired and they don't have income, what is it like? A huge percentage of Americans currently, or this when this was made this survey was done a few years ago, can't handle an extra $400 bill because they live paycheck to paycheck. So if they would lose their jobs, they could go homeless. So when you're in that situation as a society like the US, where there's very little social safety nets, if you lose your job, you lose your healthcare, your family's healthcare, you might go homeless. Asking someone to strike in that type of system is very difficult because there's so much on the line. Why not just announce myself as Tsar of or Archduke of California? What is Joe Biden going to do about it? Probably send in the National Guard. The state wants to save and act like a private company sometimes. Oh, absolutely, because the state has capitalist interests as well. You could always push for nationalizing, but you just can't do that out of the blue. Yeah, absolutely. Like, you're not just gonna like you would have to have politicians that push for, let's say, we have to nationalize the internet industry, for example. You would have to push for that really hard and for a long, long time, because you have a lot of politicians that listen to the internet companies, for example, because they're very powerful. The US is supposed to be the land of the free. That's one of the best propaganda that the US has ever produced. Surprised there hasn't been another revolution yet in the US. It's because the US has had insanely powerful propaganda. Insanely powerful propaganda. And there has been a lot of unrest. But a lot of the unrest in the United States is people of color. And the US has a very strong history of white nationalism. So they have been able to use that white nationalism and throw it against these people who are actually asking for change and saying, these are the bad people. And that's one of the ways that the US has been able to divide the working class very, very well. Right now, it's at a very volatile point. But one of the reasons why there hasn't been this is because the US is one of the best propaganda out there, and they have been able to propagandize their own people so well. Joke's on you, I'm a frijole. Sky America belongs to stonks. When I played Democracy 4, I tried nationalizing fast and got assassinated the next quarter. Oh yeah, and then if you try to run for big change, like Martin Luther King Jr., for example, you know what then happens? The United States government assassinates you. Or Malcolm X. The United States government assassinates you. That's the other problem. When you do have big uprisings of people being pulled together to challenge the system, the US government assassinates the leaders. And they'll do this all around the world. They've done this all around the world. How much longer can that still work? Exactly. They can't play that on that forever. Eventually something will happen that will make the US barrel blow. Yep, exactly. That is the inherent contradiction within capitalism, that it cannot sustain itself like that forever, that it will lead to class conflict eventually. Maybe something will happen, but in the meantime, they'd be making sweet dollar. Exactly. Yeah. This last year has pushed it further towards that because people have been out of work.
A related subpoint to this would be, because of the senseless drive for profit, there's incentive for the irrational orientation of resources for that which would garner the most profit, rather than meet the needs of the population. That's why in the overexploited countries of the imperial periphery, and even at home in the grand US of A, we see state institutions and private companies scrambling to build luxury condos.
It's not getting any better, is it? No. The rich are getting richer and the poor are getting poorer. This has been wholly evident throughout the world. Everywhere. Even in Finland, the rich have been getting richer and the poor have been getting poorer since like the end of the 80s, beginning of the 90s. That's how capitalism works. The rich get richer while they exploit the working class more and more and more. It's just how the system works. Yeah, general wealth level have risen, yes, but the rate at which people have been getting more money or becoming more wealthy has not dramatically increased for the middle class. For the people who are very rich, the extra amount of money that they have been earning has exploded. I'll
those for
show
rich
you a graph
tourists
in a bit.
rather than proper housing for the working class. Point number 5. Capitalism and meritocracy. A common trope we hear is that capitalism is a meritocratic system. That whoever works hard enough will see their dreams realized and will attain success and wealth. Now, like with trickle-down economics, most people grow out of such delusions and see capitalism for the system it really is. It rewards privilege before it rewards merit. Many opportunities, education for example, are barred from those of poorer origins because they simply lack the wealth to enter them.
Yep. And like this is more true for the US. So luckily in Europe we have public education systems that to some degree make it so that there is no paywall. But in the United States, hey Valentina, thank you for the host, really appreciate it. But in the United States, if you don't have tens of thousands of dollars that you can use, or you can't get a loan, sorry chief, you can't go to university. Just can't. There's a paywall. And because of that, there are certain proficiencies. Sorry, certain, what's the word? Is it proficiencies? No. Certain jobs that are paywalled. Being a doctor, being a lawyer, many other jobs that are paywalled. If you can't pay, sorry, you can't be a doctor. Just can't.
entry into some of the greatest institutions of the world are less based on merit and more based on kickback favors of entry to the children of generous donors. Starting businesses, too, a cornerstone of the American dream, is far less accessible than it's made out to be.
Yep.
The Bezoses, Gates, and Musks of the world all came from incredibly wealthy and connected families, which would secure...
Like if you have a wealthy family or if you are wealthy, starting up businesses is like nothing. You can just start businesses like this. Just pop up businesses. But if you are a working class member and you're living paycheck to paycheck, starting a business becomes very, very difficult. And it's very, very, very risky. Yeah, US has a strong tradition with the kickbacks and donations. Oh yeah, absolutely.
Their place in the necessary educational institutes, would secure mentors and educators for them, would secure financial support for their fledgling business and all the connections necessary to make it. As funny as it seems, the small loan of $1 million that Trump spoke of is truly the...
That is like one of the greatest points of like Siri, show me privilege. Is like, my father gave me a small loan of $1 million, which, like, first of all, your father giving you a loan of $1 million is an insane place of privilege. And then you have to like factor in that was $1 million in what, like the 80s or something? Like, it's way more money now. Yeah, it was like 10 million in current day money. Like, your dad just giving you 10 mil. Like, how many people have that opportunity? And then the question becomes, when you notice that there are these barriers to entry to business, to certain jobs, etc., how many people that could have been great at those things, doctor, lawyer, doing great things for like public defending, for example, how many people that could have become something in those professions never did because there was a paywall, because they didn't have rich parents? How many people have been barred from these things because of that? Hey, Valentina, it's just so sad that so many Americans are fine with these conditions because of the whole pull yourself up by your bootstraps myth. Like, don't tax the rich because maybe someday I'll be rich. Yeah, it's ridiculous. And it's funny because the whole like pull yourself up from your bootstraps, the original meaning of that phrase was because that phrase was supposed to be like, it's a ridiculous thing. It was supposed to be a whole thing of like, this is insane because you cannot pull yourself up by your bootstraps. It's impossible. And the whole phrase originally meant that something is impossible to do. But scholarships, yeah, that's a systemic solution. Give me a small loan of $1 million. Yeah, give it to me. Oh God, just remembered a conversation with the ANCAP who claimed that public investments made with taxation are bad because there's charity. Charity is inefficient, decentralized, in the hands of very few, super unreliable. Yeah, it's like, I would rather we have lords and the aristocracy who decides where the money goes. Like, cool. I thought you were an anarchist, but I guess not. I think he just didn't want to pay taxes because money. Yeah. Or just ask an ANCAP about, what about roads? Don't get me started on roads. Yeah, I mean, charities. Yeah, charities are a fucking scam. You didn't even know? Yep, the police up your bootstraps is... Yeah, charity is not a sustainable solution. It's a band-aid solution for an existing problem.
The essence of capitalism. Even if you were to claim that it is by merit, which in some rare exceptions it might be, could you really say that? By the income differential between the average Musk or Bezos and their workers, that said Musks and Bezoses are more meritorious by a factor of, or work 10, 20, 50,000 times harder than their workers.
This I always find really fun when like people who are pro-capitalism, right? People who are pro-capitalism, they will say stuff like, why is my OBS in the red? Hey, OBS. What's going on? OBS. What's happening? Why is my internet tanking? Oh, okay, we're good. We're good. We're good. I'm not on my VPN, am I? No, okay, good. I'm just gonna do a quick network diagnostics. Okay, nothing. It was just a hiccup. Yeah, but like if they say like, well, CEOs just work harder than everyone else, that's why they earn the CEO salary. Yeah, Bezos is taking me out. Yeah, exactly. But if they argue like, well, it's because CEOs work harder than everyone else. That's why they should get more money. Okay, how do we measure that? Because if someone works harder than someone else, and that's the basis of them getting paid more, then we need to be able to measure that objectively. What's the measure of working harder? Is it hours? Well, in that case, anyone who works just a lot of hours can get CEO salary. But that doesn't work. We know that doesn't work that way. Okay, then what's the metric then? Is it like how much they influence the company or how much they benefit the company? Okay, how do we measure that? Like, there's so many questions that come into this. If someone's like, oh, they just work harder, like, how do you measure that? There's no way to measure that. And therefore, it is a flawed argument. I sure want to hear, what is it? This is also a thing that Musk sells, like working less than 9,000 hours a week and you'll get you'll get there. Yeah, exactly.
As to warrant their wealth. No, you can't in good faith claim this, as it stands against reason. Point number 6. The reserve army of labor and everlasting unemployment.
Yep.
A point beautifully elucidated by Marx, whereby under capitalism, a consistent chunk of the population would be employed, because capitalism requires a consistent workforce, unlike in feudal and ancient times. The paradox is, though, that even though there are not nearly enough hands to administer the massive productive potential of most countries and economies, capitalism necessitates a reserve army of labor, meaning a perpetually existing significant group of unemployed, in order to facilitate the lowering of wages and always provide capitalists with an ever-eager workforce that will work for pennies in difficult conditions for long hours so they don't starve. Not only this, but said reserve army of labor exists too so that capitalists can point at it to scare currently employed workers into submission, should they demand things too outrageous like, heaven forbid, livable wages. Ever wonder why every single...
What do you mean livable wages? I've given you 10 pennies. Just spend it smartly and don't run out of it. That should be more than enough for you and your family. What are you talking about?
Single capitalist country has unemployment, usually quite significant even, and numbering in the millions in some countries. This is the reason. Point number 7.
I wonder if the guy from before who was like, "You're a literal Nazi," was here watching us watch this. I wonder what he'd say.
Decentralization of capital. Capitalism tends to monopoly. This is a fundamental tendency of the...
Yeah, this is one of the big tendencies of capitalism, is the tendency towards monopoly. What that means is that when you're still like a relatively small company, innovation is very beneficial to you because it gives you an advantage over your competition. You have something innovative that no one else has done yet, and therefore customers come to you, which then makes you grow bigger, get more money, etc. But at some point, being innovative is no longer the most efficient thing to do. Becoming a monopoly is more efficient. So what you instead of like focusing on innovation, you focus on buying out your competition or pushing them out of the market. Amazon does this a lot, where they make it so that, for example, for books, you can only buy books through Amazon, and they undersell all their competition because they can, and then they push them out of the market. And this way, when you control the market, that's the best situation for you when you become big. And this is the tendency towards monopoly, is that once companies become a certain size, it will be more efficient and cheaper for them to become monopolies than to be innovative and compete. Or then you can do this. You become big, you notice there are other big companies, but you're like, buying them out is going to cost us so much money. And we can't get into the market that they're in because of physical restrictions, like the internet, for example. So what you do instead is that you get in touch with the other companies and say, hey, because we want to avoid monopolies, because monopolies are technically illegal, so let's carve out the map so that each of us has like a certain piece that we monopolize. Right? And then we stay out of each other's hair. Cartels, essentially. This is what the US internet companies have done. They've carved out the country and say, you work here, I work here, and they're the only business in town. You have no choice for your internet provider. And then they can charge you insane amounts and do basically nothing to earn it. What that means is that we're going to play a board game Monopoly. Yeah. There's a reason why Valio milk can cost more than Valio would like it to cost. Otherwise, they'd be buying everyone out. Yes. I'd appreciate not to buy anything from Amazon this year, and it's so much harder to find basic good necessities online for exactly this reason. Yes, some people legitimately do not have a choice than to buy from Amazon, because otherwise finding those goods is either extremely difficult or even impossible. And for some people, because they can get stuff cheaper in Amazon, that's their only option because they don't have a lot of money. So I don't blame people for using Amazon. They are regulated at this point to prevent monopolies. Yes, to prevent monopolies, not oligopolies. Like, there are rules to prevent monopolies, but there's no rule saying 6 internet companies can't carve up the country to suit their needs.
System. It's not only a natural process of the system, but also absolutely necessary for its development. There is market competition, yes? What happens in a competition? Someone wins. When they win, do they let the loser keep their market share? Of course not. As competition goes on, winners arise and monopolies begin to form. Take a look at any product. Really, think of a random product of any kind, preferably one that has been established for a while. Look at how many producers existed for said product in the 50s, and how many producers exist now.
This is a very, very good point. Hey, isn't oligopoly just a cartel? No, shut up. This is a very good point. Look at how many different brands existed in even like the 70s and 80s. How many different brands existed? Look how many different brands exist now. Like, actually look at how many. Like, the famous meme is always like, oh, you have so much choice. You have so much. There's nuance, of course, but it's to prove a point. It's to prove a point. Like, you have so much choice inside a capitalist system. Just look at the shelves in your stores. Well, the fun fact, for example, in the US, basically everything that you see in a grocery store is owned by like 10 companies. They have different like sub companies that they work under because they were bought over, and they still use those brands to hide the fact that it's owned by like 10 companies. But in the end, it's like 10 companies that own whole grocery store market in the US. Everything that you see in there, like 10 companies.
Video game console manufacturers are a good example of this. Computer parts,
dude. Oh, soy video games, Pog. Oh, I'm a gamer. Oh, Pog. Any gamers in chat? All the gamers in chat, write one in chat if you're a gamer. If you're a gamer, the most oppressed class in this system. Gamers, the most oppressed. There we go. Gamers in chat. Hell yeah. So many gamers in chat. Dude is a mega gamer because she wrote one. Ooh, get it with the Uxie. Damn, all these gamers in chat. Oh, wow.
Automobile manufacturers, home appliances, think of practically anything. 9 times out of 10, there are less producers now than there were in the 50s. What does this mean concretely? It means in competitions, winners emerged. It means monopolies and oligopolies formed, ironically cancelling out all the supposed benefits of capitalism. That being variety, the possibility of starting a small business, competition, etc., etc., and exerting pressure, on government or otherwise, for their interests, as monopolies usually do. This doesn't only apply to tangible goods, too. Internet services, media sources, etc., all undergo the same process.
Imagine all the cool games that we could have. All the wonderful games we could have without capitalism. Forgive me, Father, for I have gamed. And then it's the Bugs Bunny with the gun. You know the meme image where Bugs Bunny's like this and he has the gun. It's that, but it's like, forgive me, Father, for I have gamed.
Process. That's why a handful of companies own all.
Here, look at this. These 6 companies control 90% of the US media landscape is owned by GE, News Corp, Disney, Viacom, Time Warner, and CBS. 6 companies own 90% of the media in the US. 6 companies. And in 1983, it was 50 companies. Like, look at that. That's in like 30 years, the difference. Wait, no, 40 years. Wait, yes, a bit less than 40. No, that's 20 actually. Sorry, that's closer to 20. No, 30. Can't numbers.
All popular and news media in the US. For example,
Oops.
17.
Hold on. Yeah. Wrong. I pressed that.
For example, So much for the free press. This leads into the point mentioned prior about corruption, too. See how it all ties together, no? Point number 8. Class antagonism. One of the
Your
main
math skills are
contradictions
impressive.
of
Not
capitalism
really.
is the fundamental class antagonism of the capitalist and the worker. The capitalist wants their workers to work as
No,
much
it's
as possible.
it's more complicated than that. Don't you understand? You're being a reductionist by reducing everything to 2 classes. You're literally a Nazi guard. Don't you get it? You're being a reductionist. You're being a reductionist of what? I don't know, but you're reductionating. You're not being a class reductionist because you're talking about class. You're being a number reductionist because you're making it 2 little numbers. Have you seen the epic rap battle? I have, actually. Yes, I do enjoy epic rap battles of history, even though it's a little cringe, but I don't give a fuck. 2 classes, very Marxist. Nah, so reductionist. I can't watch it here because it's... Here's a fun fact about epic rap battles of history. It used to be owned by Disney. So I can't watch their shit here because I'll get DMCA'd. They're independent now, but they used to be owned by Disney because they were under Maker Studios, which was the YouTube studio that they were under, which is owned by Disney. And actually, in that very song, Jim Henson versus Stan Lee, they make a joke about that it's owned by Disney. The epic rap battles of history.
As hard as possible, for as long as possible, for as little money in compensation as possible. The worker, on the other hand, wants to be compensated as much as possible for the work they do. They have diametrically opposed interests. As a result, they strive for different objectives. Workers want higher wages, shorter working hours, improved safety standards, etc. Capitalists want lower wages, lower working hours for their workers, less and less safety nets of all kinds.
I think he meant more working hours. I think he meant more working hours, not lower working hours.
With this difference of objectives, there is struggle. As a result of the struggle, political instability forms, and capitalists, who hold political power in capitalist states, undermine real democratic initiatives and institutions by whatever way they can.
Those.
Either by bribery, by lobbying, why am I saying the same thing twice, by manipulative nonsense like giving away sandwiches.
He made a funny. Did you see that, chat? He made a funny. Because lobbying is a form of bribery, essentially. It is. It gives huge companies access to politicians to tell them what they should do. Onionize! Onion. We got a big onion.
In return for a vote in many third world countries, or by outright violent state repression. Amongst other things, but we won't get into labor...
Oh, hey, you want to hear a fun U.S. history fact? Here's some fun history about the police in the United States. Originally, the police in the United States were formed to catch runaway slaves. This is where the police were originally formed in the South, in the United States. They were originally formed to catch slaves that tried to escape. Now, they later on evolved in the big cities. For real? Yep. That is the history of the police in the United States, in the South specifically. But in the North, in big cities, the history of the police is union busting. So the police, back then they weren't called the police, they were catch radical abolitionists, you mean? Oh, sorry. My terminology is a bit too modern. But in the North, in big cities, union busting was the police's number one thing. They were then called the Pinkertons. And they basically served big companies in that they busted unions. Like literally, physically. And this is why the police are class traders. Tell me more about the War of Northern Aggression. That's why they're called class traders. Yep. And they have similar history in Europe as well. The police originally came about as a way to make sure that the working classes could not congregate and discuss things together in public spaces. This is the original intent of the police. To make sure that they don't gather at public squares and stuff and discuss things. Because if they get together and discuss things, they might get together, do some stuff.
aristocracy or Gramscian concepts of cultural hegemony here.
Hegemony?
As a result of this, there's always politics in flux, always class struggle that at times is more dormant, like in, for example, the richer European social democracies, and at times incredibly heightened, like in India.
That's messed up. It sure is. And this is a lot of these fun things that you don't learn. And that's also a fun thing to think about, like policing as a system, how young it is. It's only been around for a couple of 100 years, much like our current capitalist system. Before that, we didn't have like a state-run police system. We had like lords had guards and kings had guards and, stuff like that, but there weren't police as such. Like, it is a very new system that we have. I think there needs to be some kind of force to uphold, laws, yes, but the current system, don't think is the best one.
This very moment. This means that peace and stability is not an option, because the capitalist system fundamentally originates this contradiction. It's the default, sometimes offset, but never gotten rid of. Number 9. The impossibility of a solution within the system.
Yep.
All hitherto developed remedies for the failures and contradictions of capitalism have only postponed the inevitable. Lower wages as far as they can go to maximize profits as much as possible. But hold on, those same workers that you've reduced the wages of are the very same consumers you hope will buy your products.
Yeah.
This was a significant problem before globalization, and
if they don't have money to buy shit because I'm not paying them, oh no! But then they were like, ha, PogChamp, we can just send our products everywhere, don't you see?
The invention of the credit system. An ingenious development where instead of paying for things with existing money you have, you can instead loan the money and pay it back on interest. Hold on again though. These same workers don't make nearly enough money to pay it back, let alone the interest on top of it. Combine that with predatory loaning and buy-ups of debt packages meant specifically to harass the absolute poorest into paying exorbitant amounts of money, and you have an issue. Bubbles speculated on and the endless desire for profits cause a whole fictitious system to rise up, running emotions high until the whole damn thing crashes, horrifically, rendering countless millions homeless and unemployed, destroying...
And the capitalists who caused this system get away scot-free. Hey, Dante. It has been so long, I've never seemed to catch you live. Welcome, Dante. Welcome. Nice to have you here. But yeah, then the capitalists get out scot-free, like 2008 financial crisis, where the people who caused it didn't have to do anything, didn't have to pay anything. Just a couple dudes go to jail, and then nothing happened. And the most egregious thing about the 2008 financial crisis is that those companies then bought those houses that people lost for nothing, for dirt cheap, and turned those into profit again. That's one of the sickest things. They caused the financial crisis, and they caused people to lose their houses. They had to do nothing because the government saved them, and they didn't have to pay any reparations for it. And on top of that, they got to buy a lot of property for basically no money. So sick. That's just cartel system for debt, for fuck's sake. Now you're getting it, see?
Businesses and ruining production lines.
I haven't watched because I'm never up in time to see you. Yeah. I always stream European times because I live in Europe.
For species that considers themselves intelligent. Hell, we've named ourselves Homo sapiens, wise men. We sure are running a stupidly irrational system.
How fucking selfish of a name is that we named ourselves? What should we call ourselves? The Wise Man. All right, dude.
Boom and bust cycles are no different. The Keynesian solution of higher taxation during the boom to
I think
offset
it's
the bust.
Keynesian. I think he meant to say Keynesian. Then I don't know what Keynesian. I think it's Keynesian, isn't it?
Bust fails because, well, the taxation pool, when not applied to the capitalist class, interesting how conveniently that always works out, is fairly limited and stands to fall as well as a result of capitalist policies. Modern Keynesian methods at mitigating capitalist crises have all met failure as proof of this. Universal Basic Income, or UBI, is another Hail Mary attempt of capitalism, where capitalists try to artificially sustain a consumption standard of the population by just straight up giving people money for consumption purposes. The contradictions of this are more or less self-evident, but possibly I should make a dedicated video to this point eventually. The general point is this: these contradictions of capitalism will surface again and again and will further entrench themselves, heightening the class struggle and destabilizing the system from within. Conclusion. This is not by any means an exhaustive list, as I'm not touching on capitalism and its relation to imperialism, for example, or its reproductive tendency of inequality, or the myriad of other issues that are inherent to the system. At most, this was a basic breakdown of just a few points. If you'd like further reading, I'd recommend Marx's two short works titled Wage, Labor, and Capital and Value, Price, and Profit for an introduction to Marxian analysis of capitalism. For general criticism of capitalism by a non-Marxist economist, I'd recommend Ha Jun Chang's works, such as 23 Things They Don't Tell You About Capitalism. For a deeper look into the contradictions of capitalism, take a look at David Harvey's 17 Contradictions and the End of Capitalism. Finally, for an easy-to-read and general introduction to the usual objections against Marxism, take a look at Terry Eagleton's book titled Why Marx Was Right.
And this is, again, like, if you hyper-focus when it comes to Marxism and Marxist critique of capitalism, if you hyper-focus on only the things that Marx wrote in, like, Das Kapital and the Communist Manifesto, then you're not looking at the whole picture. There's been a lot of writings critiquing capitalism since Marx, because, it's been a while since Marx was alive. People have thought about things during that time.
That's all for this time. If you enjoyed what I do, then please consider supporting me on Patreon.
Yeah, that was a good video from Hakeem. Good shit. I'll give you peeps the linky if you want to go subscribe to Hakeem. Go give him a subscribe. Tell him I sent you. There's Dalinky. I'd like to see how your hair would fare in a blizzard. Okay. All right. Go away. Da Vinci? I love Da Vinci. Da Vinci is so good. Da Vinci? Yo, to cap off the stream, let's watch this. Let's watch this video about my brain just blanked. Navalny and what's been going on in Russia. Damn, you people have been following me for a long time. Ha!
One guy in Russia that Vladimir Putin, the president, fears more than anyone else.
It's maybe putting it a little bit dramatic for effect, but yes, like Navalny has been like actually pushing the buttons of Putin and actually like galvanizing people against him. But maybe a little bit dramatic there.
He wears a lot of different hats. He's a political activist, he's a YouTuber, he's kind of an internet troll. He's a lover of quality drone footage to help expose corruption, which like...
Yo, this was insane. I watched this documentary that he released like, when was it? Like a month ago maybe or something? What was I saying? Yeah, I watched his documentary about like the secret palace essentially that Putin is building, and it's wild. It is like it's an excess that like you haven't seen since like kings existed. Like it's so excessive. It's so crazy excessive that it just blows your mind. Like there's like three wine what is it called? Like farms. What are they called? They're not called wine farms. What are they called? Not villa. What are they called? What do you call the place where you grow wine? What is it called? Someone help me, please. Vineyards. Vineyard. A vineyard. Yes, a vineyard. And there are like 3 vineyards there. 3 vineyards. And in one of the vineyards, in like the toilet there. So like Putin probably like goes there like once or twice. Like, why the fuck would Putin go to like a vineyard just to chill, you know? So in one of the bathrooms there, they have like a toilet brush that costs like 800 euros, which is like close to like $900. A toilet brush that costs almost $1,000 in a bathroom that Putin will probably never use. There's a casino, there's an aqua disco, there's a underground ice rink to play hockey. Like, it's so excessive, and they've tried to hide it like crazy.
Come on, who doesn't love a good drone shot? But his main...
And one of the ways that they got like a lot of footage of the place was with drones. They flew drones over the area, and then they like got camera footage. But even that was difficult because like the waters around it, they had like made it, they claimed that there was like shellfish growing there, so that the boats had to go around it so that they wouldn't see the area. And there's like a big room built into like the cliffside that you can watch over the sea there. It's
objective
like
is singular. It's very focused. It's to give the Russian people, and all of us around the world, a peek behind the curtain to show how Russia really works, exposing the web of bribes, corruption, lies, and powerful men who really control modern Russia. This important figure who is seeking to dismantle Russia's web of...
the drone thing, I think they had to try like 4 times. He mentions in the documentary, it was like 3 or 4 times that before they got the drone footage. So, and I would imagine that the drones were not shut down because they just weren't noticed. I mean, in the end, drones are very small. You can quite easily fly a drone over a huge area and not really have anyone notice it.
Of corruption is named Alexei Navalny. And
still say that Russia is run by a mob and Putin is the godfather. Yeah, in a way, yes, very much so.
Just last week, he was sentenced to 3 years in jail, as
when
well
was this
as
video published February 9th. Okay, so
being nominated for a Nobel Peace Prize after being secretly poisoned on an airplane.
Yeah, he got poisoned by Putin. Of course, Putin won't admit it.
The movement that he has created strikes at the heart of Vladimir Putin's biggest fears, and I want to show you why. So let me introduce you to the man Putin fears the most.
Alexei,
Russian opposition leader
Alexei
Navalny.
Damn, okay. This is crazy hype. What the
Okay, so let's rewind to summer of last year.
So this is actually like, there was a lot of protests happening last summer in Russia, but it wasn't really publicized that much here in the West. We vibing now. We do be vibing. He's brave, though, to go against one of the coldest persons on the planet. Putin's got no remorse. I mean, yes, he is incredibly brave. Even though, like, politics-wise, he is, from my understanding, very much like a neoliberal. So he's not like a communist or socialist or anything like that. Like, he's very much like, you know, Western neoliberal kind of stuff. But going against Putin like this is very brave. And like the documentaries that he's released have garnered like tens of millions, if not over 100 million views.
Alexei Navalny is in a city in eastern Russia. He's in a hotel room, about to head to the airport to catch a flight. When he arrives to the airport, other passengers recognize him because he's kind of a big deal in Russia, and they snap some photos with him. Then he gets on the flight. The flight takes off. It's a 4-hour flight from this city of Tomsk to Moscow, where he's going. Everything's going normal for the first 30 minutes of this flight, but then Navalny starts to feel weird. A flight attendant offers him a bottle of water, and he refuses. But soon, this feeling weird turns into severe pain. He runs to the lavatory, looking for some reprieve. He's going in and out of consciousness. He may be going into a seizure. His heart is slowing down. His muscles are convulsing and seizing. No one has any idea what's happening. A nurse aboard steps up and helps keep him conscious while the pilots reroute for an emergency landing at a nearby city in Russia.
From Tomsk to Omsk. The Putin simping is a surprisingly common phenomenon and creeps me out. Yes, but also there is a lot of grumbling against Putin right now because people are fed up with the state that the country is in, because rich are being any richer while the poor get poorer.
The plane lands at the closest airport where medics sprint onto the runway to help, only for the medics to say, and I quote, "This is not a case for us. He needs intensive care. Navalny is then rushed to a hospital, but
Second Russian Revolution soon? Maybe?
what happens inside this hospital is kind of mind-blowing. When he gets to the hospital, they start running tests on him to see what's going on. But when the doctors come looking for the results of these blood tests, the lab technician hands them a blood test that says that Alexei Navalny's totally fine. Nothing out of the ordinary, maybe a little bit of irritable bowel issues. But that's not what the doctor is seeing. This man looks like he has been poisoned. But the lab technician didn't hand over any results that indicate that he was poisoned. Something is up. The doctors go ahead and go with their instincts and treat him for poisoning because that is the symptoms that they are seeing. They put him on a ventilator and they put him into a medically induced coma to recover. Over the next few days, Alexei Navalny is in the intensive care unit in a coma.
That screaming is crazy creepy. Like, it's really creepy. It's one of those things, like, it's hard to describe how it makes you feel. Yes, all the power to those in Russia who express their want for change. I was referring to those who appear to be admire Putin in Western countries. Oh, okay. Yeah, and I mean, Russia is a complicated and huge place, so...
In this hospital. But the hospital starts to fill up not just with doctors, but Russian government officials.
That's always a great
who start
sign.
barring people like his wife and his personal doctor from entering the room. Navalny and his family do not feel safe in this hospital. It's at this time that a German humanitarian nonprofit organization offers to charter a jet to fly him from this town in Russia, out of Russia, to be treated in Berlin. Soon he's on an airplane to Berlin.
Understandable. I mean, this type of stuff happens, and when a huge country like Russia is on like the verge of revolution, of course it's scary. It's a huge country, and it would have huge impact globally. And we're like, Finland is right next to Russia. Of course, it's understandable.
Arrives at a hospital, and they run all of the same poison blood tests that they did in Russia, but this time they find that he was poisoned. This would have come up on the tests they did in Russia, but somebody decided not to reveal that to the doctors.
Mr. Navalny remains in an induced coma at a Berlin hospital.
The German doctors are seeing that the poison that was somehow administered to Alexei Navalny is some crazy nerve poison that sends the victim into a state of paralysis and gives nerve damage and inducing seizures and making their heart slow down.
That sounds so horrible. Like, imagine how cold-blooded you have to be to poison someone like this. Like, imagine just the cold calculation, the cold-bloodedness with which you have to do this.
Poison that was developed by Soviet scientists during the Cold War. And they used it to quietly attack people they wanted to get rid of, like spies or double agents. It's called Novichok.
Allegedly Putin. Allegedly Putin is ice cold. Allegedly. Allegedly.
And it is a brutal poison. And it was the poison that was used on Alexei Navalny.
Tonight, this incredible story. The most prominent Russian opposition leader is in a coma on a ventilator.
Now, there's a lot of ways to poison someone. You can use ingredients that anyone has access to. Novichok is something that is developed and used only by the Russian military and intelligence.
Which already, like, in and of itself, that's a big smoking gun. Like, it's not like a normal poison that you could just, like he said, you could develop from stuff that anyone has. Like, this is, like, specifically made by the Russian military and like, intelligence, so it already points to someone with high power.
In a sense, it's a signature. So Navalny goes back into a medically induced coma in this hospital in Berlin.
Oh yeah, let me allow that.
Where doctors are doing their best to treat him and also investigate what happened. Soon, the world would know exactly what happened. Okay, let's just pause for a second while Alexei Navalny is in a coma in Berlin.
Who controls the military and secret service? Allegedly Putin. Allegedly.
Because we need to ask an important question, which is, who is this guy and why on earth is Soviet nerve poison being used against him? For most of his
the
adult
nerve
life,
of this
Alexei
guy.
Navalny has been dedicated to one thing, which is shining a light on how Russia really works behind the scenes. Not this, or this, but how it really works.
People who know, they know.
One thing you need to know about Russia is that the whole society, the government, the business structures, everything is built on a giant house of cards, let's say. It's delicate, it's fragile, but it's the status quo. And Putin is at the top. From there, you have the people closest to Putin's, the ones that have his ear. They're rich Russian billionaires who control Russia's main industries like oil and gas, mining, telecoms, all the richest guys in Russia. These guys do favors for Putin, and Putin does favors for them in the political sphere. They scratch each other's back, and in doing so, they maintain control over everything that gets done in Russia. And this model repeats itself as it trickles down to regional governments and then to town and
the whole web of like how everyone is connected to everything that Navalny shows in his documentary is so nuts. It's so complicated. Like they use this shell company to do that, and then this company to do that, and that company is connected to this dude who's connected to that dude, and this dude who owns this thing. Well, he went to high school with Putin, and his wife now runs this thing, and it's like it's so convoluted. It is 100% mafia stuff. 100%.
And city governments who all operate in the same manner, keeping the society stable through a culture of bribery, secrecy, and intimidation. And it all happens in the name of keeping Putin secure in his position so that he can in turn keep his rich friends happy. The reason why Putin fears Alexei Navalny is because Navalny wants all Russians to see exactly how this works, to shine a light on it, which could easily turn the people against the system, to knock down this house of cards from the ground up, to stop putting up with a government.
Yeah, I saw the filming room, like literally like the the cork board with like lines going, like literally that
works for the rich corporate owners and not for the people. And if this happens, it's Vladimir Putin who has the longest, hardest fall. Okay, but here's the juiciest part of the story, and the part that got me into this and that I love, which is that the tactics Navalny uses to do this shine a light on the system thing, there's no better way to describe it than saying he's full-on trolling Vladimir Putin and his friends. He does this in a lot of ways, but what I love the most are his well-produced internet explainer documentaries.
They're really good. Like the documentary that I watched, the latest one, is like really, really detailed and really like to a T. Everything has been checked very thoroughly, so they are well done. That's a good freeze frame. Not bad. Not bad. Not bad, babushka. I give you 2 rubles.
He makes these long videos exposing the indulgent corruption of Russian billionaires who control the country. And he uses these visual investigation techniques that are really stunning to look at and really convincing. But there's also a good amount of snarky, poking fun in every one of these videos. Like this deep dive into the corruption of this Russian politician that starts with this goofy eye.
So is Alexei still in a coma? No. He got better from the poisoning stuff. They took care of him in Berlin. He got out, and he is currently in jail in Russia. He went back to Russia to kind of challenge Putin, and they immediately captured him at the airport, and they have sentenced him to jail. It is very unfortunate, because he was alive, and he kind of was going back to Russia to kind of show everyone, like, fuck you, Putin, and trying to galvanize people and to show people how corrupt the system is by going there himself and showing him getting caught and trying to get people on streets to protest and galvanize them.
iPhone video.
For what? Not dying? Basically.
Of him awkwardly dancing at like a wedding or something. But it's not just all poking fun.
Moves.
These videos then go very deep, and they reveal really useful and compelling evidence that shows just...
You should put the scream, Theoda, as your text message sound.
How bad this situation is, just how in bed the government is with these rich billionaires, but always peppered with a good amount of this.
The poster reveals a smile from the pack. How was I?
goes on.
He's like a viral internet sensation meets like hardcore journalist, activist, video vlogger guy. He's like just an interesting character. So what is Navalny? He's kind of a politician, but he's more than that. His specific policy agenda has morphed, and it's honestly like not that noble. Like he totally supported the annexation of Crimea, which is like totally off limits and a terrible thing that happened.
Here's the downside of Navalny. He's not really like, he wants to bring down Russia and or Putin and his corrupt system, but jokes on you, I don't get many text messages. I'm gonna text message you every day.
And his electability as a leader isn't very likely, but that's not really at the heart of his mission. His mission isn't about being elected, it's about dismantling the current system. Not to convince people to vote for him, but simply get people to vote against Putin and the status quo. And here's why this scares the shit out of Vladimir Putin. Back to our house of cards. Even though Putin is at the top of this pyramid, it doesn't mean he's all powerful. He's not like a standard totalitarian dictator who just has everyone under his thumb. He's only powerful because he's in the good graces of all these super rich guys that own the massive companies of gas, telecoms, mining, and natural resources in Russia. If these guys turn on him, he's over.
But the problem is, if they turn on him and just choose someone else, the system remains intact. Putin is based. Putin is not based. Shut the fuck up. Putin is not based in any sort of way. No, he's not based. No. Absolutely not based. Yeah, Navalny's trial was a complete farce. Absolutely. Like, the charges on him were basically like, you're charged for being alive still. The prosecutor and the jury were essentially thinking a lot about what they should convict him about rather than if he's guilty or not. Yeah? He knows karate. That doesn't make you based. If I know karate, that doesn't make me based. But like I was saying, the problem is that if the billionaires just choose another puppet, then the system remains intact and nothing changes.
Putin, while powerful, is simply one cog in the machine of keeping these guys powerful and immune from laws and regulation. Putin isn't afraid that all these YouTube videos are going to create legal issues for Putin and his friends. No. The courts in Russia are just as influenced by this culture.
Like, no. What legal problems? They can wave legal problems away any way they want. Like, legal problems are nothing. So the revolution shouldn't be against Putin, but against the rich bastards instead. It should be both. It should be both. Putin is part of that, absolutely. Like, don't get me wrong. It's not like Putin is doing stuff and he's like, oh, I didn't know. No. He's very much part of the system. And the people that are in power and positions of power, he has known for a very, very long time and he has long relationships with. So he is part of it, absolutely. But those billionaires, those oligarchs are still a big part of that corrupt system. Didn't Putin get in power because of Russia's rich oligarchs? Yes. So he got in power because of the oligarchs, but the oligarchs also got in power because of him. They helped each other out.
Of bribery and intimidation as everything else. He's not afraid of that. Instead, he's afraid that the people might realize that their government is controlled by a bunch of billionaires and start demanding that Russia be more transparent.
It's unavoidable sometimes. Hey, babushka, you know, sometimes corruption just happens, and we have to do corruption. You know, it's not personal choice that I would do, babushka. You know, you raise me good, babushka. I would never choose to be corrupt, but sometimes we have to be corrupt. It is unavoidable circumstance of life, you know. It's just how things is, babushka. Don't get mad, okay?
Some accountability for these rich dudes and the leaders that support them. And like I said, if that happens, these billionaires might be able to slip into the shadows and run away to some other country. But Putin will be the public face of the person who's kept this arrangement together. He will be enemy number one. His fall will be the greatest. That is why he's afraid. In a sense, he's painted himself into a corner, and he's past the point of no return.
Yeah, this painting himself in the corner was an interesting thing that happened when Navalny was alive, and he's like, shit, Navalny's alive. Fuck. He survived the poisoning. And then he was kind of like, he wouldn't even mention his name. And he was like, no, I didn't poison that person. If I would have wanted him dead, I would have killed him already. Huh. But then he was like, because Navalny was like, I'm coming back there. And then he was kind of painted in the corner because he's like, shit, if I kill Navalny now, when he comes here, he's going to become a martyr, and then that's going to galvanize people even more. But if I don't kill him, my generals are going to think I'm weak. Like, why am I allowing him to stay alive? I should kill him. So shit, what do? I can't lose my generals. So now jailing him, it'll be interesting to see what consequences that has. It's followed with the greatest. Because he's on top of the house of cards. Yup. It is a high IQ analogy. It is it's an evocative analogy. It works, Kane. It's evocative. It's emotional.
He must maintain the current system, or he will face the wrath of his people. So far, the only person who has actually garnered that wrath is Alexei Navalny.
How corrupt do you think is Mr. Vladimir Putin?
He's the basement of this corruption. He's personally involved in corruption, and he's encouraging our official for corruption. It's his way of ruling country.
Vladimir Putin made his first visit since Russia annexed Crimea.
Vladimir Putin casts his shadow.
Okay, Barry, stop simping for Putin. It's really fucking cringe. Putin is not fucking based. He is a terrible, terrible oligarch. Not oligarch. He's a terribly corrupt politician running a terribly corrupt system. Stop simping for him. It's really fucking cringe. It's really fucking weird. Stop doing that. If the only thing you care about is aesthetics, then, my friend, you're going to be simping for the wrong people. Don't focus on aesthetics only. Aesthetics is nice, but there has to be some substance behind the aesthetics. Maybe he'll be shanked in prison. We don't know. How corrupt do you think Putin is, Navalny? Yes.
Across the boundary of Europe and Russia.
So, Putin goes to great...
Wait, Russia's Supreme Court rules Kremlin critic cannot run for president. He's cool and knows karate. Oh, soy! He knows karate? Oh, dude, that's so cool. Oh. You know why Trump's cool? Because he's businessman.
Greater and greater lengths to ensure that he remains popular among his people and show the billionaires that he's still the right guy to keep this system of corruption going. He does this in a few ways. The first way he keeps popularity among his people is my favorite, and it looks like this.
Yeah, like this is theater. All of this shit that Putin does, theater. This is all aesthetics. Nothing more, nothing less. This is just theater. This is marketing. It's propaganda. It's propaganda.
He stages these absurd photo ops where he's like surveying the land on a horse with no shirt, or playing hockey with a bunch of literal professional hockey players from Russia, and he's actually better than all of them, and he scores 8 goals in the course of this video. It's amazing.
Like, this is dictator stuff. Like, this is a thing that you see from like third world country dictators, and you laugh because they're so preposterously ridiculous. Like, I forget which country had the dictator who would lift like a golden bar, like a weightlifting bar thing. What are they called? I don't fucking know. He lifted like a golden one with no weights on it, and then like his whole cabinet just like standing there clapping for him. Like, that level of ridiculousness. Turkmenistan, thank you. That's the one. Turkmenistan is so ridiculous. Who would whoop your ass in a fight? Who cares? What? That's the basis of what? Who can beat your ass in a fight is your basis of a good ruler? That's your basis for a good ruler? Who can beat you in a fight? Cool. Yes, you were just saying the dude in Turkmenistan, yes. That's the law that was set up basically just to deny Russians the ability to store illegal money in foreign countries. Yeah, there's a lot of that. Okay, Jose. I came in at an instant time. Hey, Galeriarch, welcome. I usually vote for people who can beat the shit out of me. Yeah, always the best. Best way to choose who you vote for.
And people actually buy this. They like to see their leader like super powerful. And then, secondly, he keeps his people happy by actually leading the country in ways people
Trump
like.
did used to
His
wrestle.
approval rating remains quite...
What, he was like in a WWE thing once. I vote for big muscly man. What the fuck is with these random people in chat today? It happens. I don't mind. I like simping for strong man because I'm not strong. I'm weak and wimpy, so I would like a strong man who can do karate. Trump is not Putin though, so forget about him. Okay. Enjoy simping for a dictator, I guess. Hey, why don't you just go back to simping for kings, huh? Why don't you just ask for a king who will just go to town on your ass and you won't have any freedoms, huh? Why don't you want that? Kings look cool. Oh, soy! He's wearing a crown. Oh, he's wearing a crown. Dude, looks so cool. I don't mind that he can do whatever the fuck he wants and I have no freedoms. Oh, crown look cool. So smart. Emperor's, okay, you're just a troll. He's just a troll. He doesn't actually think that.
Quite high. But more and more, as Putin and this house of cards feels threatened, Putin is resorting to more extreme means to keep this system secure. Okay, so we got the backstory on Russia and Alexei Navalny. Let's get back to Berlin, to the hospital, to the ICU where Alexei Navalny is in a coma. He finally comes out of this coma, and by then, the world has looked into the details of him being poisoned on this airplane, and it becomes clear that this is the work of Russian government agents who snuck into his hotel and
Nah, you can let him be.
laced
We can keep him. We can keep him as a pet. He's our little pet. Everyone chat? Barry Beer is our little pet. He's our pet, Chad. No! Okay, 10-minute timeout. That's fine. No more. He's our pet. We get to keep him. Putin is the cause of millions of deaths in Russia and driving even the middle class and everyone below starving poverty. Yep! That he is. Putin has cashed in on his KGB times and created this image of being Russia's very own James Bond. Yep.
his underwear with this lethal nerve poison. Alexei Navalny is the master of trolling and pranking, and he immediately responds to this. He downloads some basic call spoofing software that any of us could download, and he masks his number as a number coming from an intelligence secure line, and he calls an intelligence agent.
This is legitimately beautiful. This is like such a good story.
Who has COVID and is like ditched out in his house at 7 in the morning. He's like delirious. And he goes on to pretend that he is a leader in the intelligence agency. He has all this insider information, and he teases out a confession from this intelligence agent that indeed they were the ones behind this poisoning.
So, dude called from like a faked number and was like, "Yo, bro, I'm like an official from this place. Can you just tell me what you did to Alexei Navalny? Just give me the cliff notes. Just give me the cliff notes. What did you do? Oh, you did that? Okay, why'd you do that?" And then dude is like, "Oh yeah, we did this thing, we did this, we did this, we did this." Well, yes, if he was in the air for longer and they did not land in such an abrupt way, possibly things would have not gone the way they did. Meaning, if the medics did not aid him, if there was no ambulance at the airport, and so on. When the Navalny is sus. It's like a Key and Peele. It's like a Key and Peele comedy sketch. Yes, when the Navalny is sus.
I'm not going to play a bunch of that phone call here, but I'm going to put a link in the description, and you need to go listen to it because it is insane to listen to. So, what's Navalny's next?
How can that work? Like, how can that work? How can you call like the Secret Service and be like, "Yo, I'm from this other place. Can you tell me what you did to this person?" And then just ask questions, and the dude just gives you the dirt. Like, how does that happen? And oh man, afterwards when they realize, uh-oh, we weren't supposed to give that info, and they realized who did it. Ooh, he must have gotten chewed out. It works exactly like that. I mean, it does, but it like sounds like it shouldn't because it's so ridiculous. And I think Agent Krudyatsev will be invited into the FSB Christmas party. Yeah, I don't think he's getting a Christmas card this year. We poisoned him a tad bit. I recommend reading Kevin Mitkinski's Art of Deception. It's beautiful. All right.
He's in Berlin. He almost got killed. He's now having to learn to walk again because the nerve poison like really effed him up. What does he do? He decides to do exactly what he's always done. Instead of cower and stay abroad, he decides to return to Russia to face Putin head on. Upon his return, he releases a documentary that is his most epic documentary yet.
Yeah, this is the one that I watched. It's nuts.
This one focuses entirely on Putin and his network of bribes, cronyism, and loads of...
It's like 2 hours long. It is like so detailed. So detailed. Hello, this is President Joe... Hello, Jack, this is President Joe Biden. FBI, please tell me everything the Fun with Fondue has looked up in his search. All right, Jack, I just need to know national security, Jack. Fun with Fondue, he could be doing some bad things, Jack.
Of amazing drone footage of Putin's lavish palace on the Black Sea. In true Navalny fashion, he makes it clear that he's going to release the film after he returns to Moscow because, in his words,
because we don't want the main character of this film to think that I'm afraid of him and that I will only tell his worst secrets while abroad.
Этого фильма думал о том, что мы его боимся и что я буду рассказывать о его самом страшном секрете, находясь за границей.
This is what we in the industry call an absolute king shit of fuck mountain move. Absolute king shit of fuck mountain. Even though, like, you know, Navalny, not the greatest, you know, politically speaking, but it's a king shit move nonetheless.
The documentary becomes one of the most instantly viral videos ever to appear on the YouTube platform. It currently has 110 million views. My favorite part of this doc is when Navalny's team goes to the shores of the Black Sea. They blow up this inflatable boat, and then they get a drone in the air, and they fly over this giant palace on the shores of the Black Sea. And then they do what I love, which is animation on top of drone footage to help expose a crazy story. They start to pick apart every aspect of this palace. They get the original blueprints to show that there's a hockey rink in the basement, there's a full casino, and all of this for the benefit of the president of the country.
That seems like a democratic thing to do.
But of course, it's not owned by the president, it's owned by his buddies. Some rich billionaire dude actually owns it, but who actually benefits from it? Putin. It's like a symbol of the whole Russian system in one drone shot. Freaking beautiful. No political leader should have a palace like this.
Alexei Navalny, who returned to Moscow for the first time since he was poisoned last summer.
Navalny lands in Moscow, and what happens? He's immediately arrested.
Can Putin lose money in that casino? No, of course not. Putin can never lose, only win.
On what charges? Well, they claimed that he was violating parole from some old fake set of charges brought against him years ago that were thrown out later. They were totally fake. And yet the Russian state continued to say that he had to report for parole. Turns out he couldn't report to parole officers because he was in a coma from being poisoned by the Russian government. And yet he gets arrested.
He'd only been back on Russian soil a few minutes when Alexei Navalny...
he was supposed to fly to a specific airport that people knew about beforehand. And like there was a big crowd gathering there. And they like changed the place where he was going like last minute so that people wouldn't be there to gather for him to come back. And then like there was some other bullshit that they were trying to do to make sure that people weren't gathering there to start a protest or whatever. Like it's nuts.
Navalny was told he was being detained. A kiss goodbye for his wife Yulia.
Russia's justice system has been a sham for a long time. This isn't new, but just how blatant this is, how clearly faked all of this is to silence a threat to the leader, that's a new low for Russia and its justice system. So Navalny is arrested and put on trial. The people take to the streets of Moscow and around the country. The police meet them with force, arresting over 1,000 protesters and now arresting journalists. Here's a clip of Navalny's lawyer speaking openly to the media in the middle of Moscow, and out of nowhere, a group of policemen come detain her.
Protect and serve, brother. They're protecting and serving, brother. Will it scare Navalny? I mean, I'm sure he's scared. Like, I'm sure he's scared as fuck. He's almost died from poisoning. Like, Russia's fucking scary. Yeah, it is.
Just like in broad daylight. While the protesters clash with the police outside the courthouse, Navalny stands in a glass cage, while a largely politically motivated sham trial about parole
glass fucking cage. Like, are you kidding me?
Violation takes place. His wife, Yulia, is in the courtroom, in the audience, watching this all happen. They're making eye contact. And in the end, the system does what it's supposed to do.
Yeah, Magneto. Yeah.
Navalny gets 2 years and 8 months of prison time. The House of Cards stays stable for at least a little longer. This movement was never about Alexei Navalny or his politics, and it likely never will be. He will never be the leader of Russia. His role in all of this is focused on one thing: showing the people how their
jail for what? Breaking parole? Because he was still on parole for some shit that was thrown out of the court ages ago, and he had to report, but he couldn't because he was in a coma.
Really works, ripping away the curtain that veils how their government uses the resources.
I mean, his wife is still there. Like, I'm sure his wife is terrified and wants it to stop, but, you know, I'm sure they've had some very frank discussions about, you know, the realities of what he's engaging in.
Of the people and who it serves and who it doesn't. Doing so threatens the security of Vladimir Putin and his friends, which is why the system is reacting, going to greater and greater lengths to muzzle Navalny and anyone like him. The question for me is, how far will this go? How much is too much before the Russian people decide to take back their country?
Because there's been a lot of protests, and they have been very violent. Actually, fun little tidbit about the protests. Yes, it is a heart sign that he's doing to his wife in the box. Yes, he's doing the heart sign for his wife. Fun fact about the protests: people were like protesting with toilet brushes, like using toilet brushes as a symbol for the protest, and it's because of the toilet brush thing in the vineyards that I was telling you about.
Thank you for watching this video. It is unfolding right now, and by the time you're watching this, there may
feels like there isn't much more that needs to light the powder keg. Yeah, I mean, it's in a very, very very volatile situation right now. Like, it's really, really hard to say. This. Oh, I'm not watching Family Guy. I'm gonna get DMCA'd. Yeah, it like Russia's in a very volatile place right now. Like, the system has failed them so hard. Like, the system has failed it so badly, and it just shows how corrupt it is. But like, which way will things go is like really the main thing. That so that what happens is, so that it's not just that the corrupt people get, you know, thrown in jail and then another set of corrupt people come into place, you know? The system actually would change. I don't know. I hope there would be actual systemic change. Actual systemic change would be PogChamp, but will there be? Who's to say? Who is to say about this type of things? Who is to say? Okay. Everybody, time has come, as you know, to go raid someone. Okay, let's raid. We're going to say hello to Anna, the Nugget. It's very nice person. There we go. Okay, get in, everyone. Let's raid. Let's rate Anna the Nugget. Okay, everyone. Hey, thank you so much for a really amazing stream. This was an awesome stream. No, yeah, we didn't get to games today. There was so much just chatting today. Sorry, we did not get to games. It's so late. I'm so sorry. We'll play the medium another time. I promise. I promise. We will play it. We will play it. Don't worry. Don't worry. Thank you so much. Glad I stumbled on your stream. Hey, Zuzi, thank you so much. And the end stuff, lest I forget. We have a Discord. Join our Discord. We hang out there. We talk. It's so nice. Get in there. Join us. I also have a Patreon if you want to support me monetarily. You can come in there, support me. And lastly, you can find me on Twitter, YouTube, Instagram. And I'm going to be live on Wednesday, 5 p.m. Central European time. That's 6 p.m. Finnish time. Going to be more just chatting, and we're going to be playing some Demon's Souls. We'll get to games this time. Thank you for clearing things up and learning a few new things today. Yeah, another firefighter. I'm glad you were here. I'm glad you were here. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much. Why did it not post the last things? Oh, that's weird. Oh, wait. No, whatever. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I will see you on Wednesday. Goodbye, everyone. See you on the Discord, and see you on Wednesday. Yeah. Yeah. Toodles padoodles.
We'll be behind her because I think she represents the future of the Republican Party.
Can you Fun with Fondue! Thank you so much for the raid! What did we just watch? Wait, can you cope any harder? He's like, Trump, he's still vibrant, our party's still alive.